just checked the internet speeds, and came back 29 megabits per second. So hopefully this stream will go better than the last one, with any luck. Not that I'm saying I'm one of those people with any luck, but you know, what can you do? Yeah, we are live, hopefully, and we have this going on over here. Now you may be wondering why I'm showing you this screen here, and it's because I have some exciting news from the last stream. Okay, so if I go like this, right, with my Turbo Duo, you can't see that down here, but this is my Turbo Duo. And if I put a copy, a totally legitimate copy of Lords of Thunder, don't look too close at it, in my Turbo Duo, okay, and if I smack on the power, and I hit the run button, yep, we have compact disc, people. We have done it. But as you can hear, or as you cannot hear, we do not have audio. So, yeah, that is, well, we have noises, but we don't have audio. So that is what we have to troubleshoot now. And if you're wondering what fixed the whole audio thing, by the way, can we just for a second, you can't even see how, like, just crystal clear this freaking composite video is. Like that was one complaint that I had. Like, you could hardly play anything with my Turbo Duo because the the video was so bad. Look at this. You could eat off those pixels. Like, come on. This is, and no smoke and mirrors, guys. This thing's plugged in through composite, just composite straight into a 2007 television. Right? I would happily play this. Like, this is, okay, that's not good. We don't want that. What did we do? Oh, we unplugged the Turbo Duo on accident. Okay, so, but yeah, I mean, I would happily just sit down and play this in composite without giving it a second freaking thought, because it is so clean. I mean, come on. I mean, I'd probably change the aspect ratio to 4:3, but I mean, like, this is totally livable. Now look at this. We got the fire armor. I'm using my Turbo Duo, and I don't have to worry about the caps going, right? Because, oh, that ship's already sailed. So that's good. Oh, I hit the button. I hit the wrong button. I have a tendency to do that sometimes. That is my mistake. Look, I'm not paying attention, so I'm not doing the best. And you can't even really see this because the viewing angles on this TV aren't that good. But you can see that the CD is working. It is playing the CD. Now, if we lurk inside our friend of the Turbo Duo here, see if we can adjust that a little bit. Okay, so if we look inside, totally legitimate copy of Lords of Thunder. Just go ahead and put that back. And if you look inside the unplugger, I'll show you what the issues were, because there's multiple reasons why it wasn't working. The first reason was because this was not I forgot to attach the ground to the board there. So I'm not sure what that does exactly, but it probably does something, and I forgot to attach it. So there you go. So it wouldn't have probably worked anyway. But the other thing was, it actually has nothing to do with the capacitors at all. Nothing to do with my recap job. It's the dumbest thing. So this disc right here is Pearl Jam. No, that's not correct. This disc right here was a disc I burnt of the 4-in-1 disc with Gate of Thunder, the Bonk games, and Bomberman. And, well, for whatever reason, that disc just throws my laser out of whack. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't even begin to get it, how that can manage to happen. But basically, it'd make my laser go from here all the way over to here and be stuck there, right? Now, I noticed this because I was looking at it and something's not right here. Is there a reason why my laser is trying to read something to initialize the disk all the way out here? Because typically with CDs, they write data from in to out. So there won't always be data right there. So I decided to kind of roll this worm gear back a little bit back there. And that put it back on track and got it working. The other issue too is I did have these under this tape thing here when it is not supposed to be. I think this is supposed to go down like this somehow, like over this one or something. I don't know how this is supposed to go exactly, but this is kind of just a mess. Like the way they designed this, I don't know who designed it, but I don't like the way they did it. But what can you do? Hey, at least we have this Turbo Duo functioning better than when we started yesterday. And that's what matters. That's the important part. So now we have to figure out audio. Now, there are multiple things that could be causing my issues. But this crusty looking op amp right here is probably a good indication. In fact, it actually looks somewhat eaten away. Like, that op amp looks pretty gnarly. Let me see if I can get you in a little bit tighter. To right here. This op amp right here is rough. So, it looks rough. Like, let me get the microscope, just to show you how rough it looks. Because we have a microscope, we might as well use it. Didn't use it at all yesterday because I was I guess busy doing the whole and now my streams is dropping frames, so I apologize. It's my internet service provider. I'm pretty sure they're terrible. But anyway, we will go to microscope scene. We will go ahead. You have to do this every time. Go through. I'm okay, yeah, I have to double click on microscope. I forgot about that. Deactivate, activate, and it should work. Yep, there we go. Okay, so as you can see, that's the disk tray. It's a good boy because it's working now. Dang. I don't know what's going on with the freaking bit right now. But, if we go into this, so once again, I apologize. If we go into this op amp here, you will see she don't look all that great. Like, all the way around it, in fact, does not look all that great. So, we are going to remove that op amp and try and attempt to get this working again. Because honestly, the op amp just looks terrible. We're gonna replace that one. We don't even really need to test that one. I'm just gonna get rid of it and get a different one on there. We're just gonna tuck the power board cable back. Well, we're gonna tuck it back here so it doesn't, get in the way, hopefully, of the soldering that I have to do in this region here. But basically, what we're gonna try to do is, I don't know what the best option for removing this op amp is, other than maybe hot air. Really is a sucky spot for it. Because inside of all these capacitors, I really should have done this before doing the recap. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use some of my genuine 3M Coptan tape. Totally genuine. We're gonna cut off a little Coptan bit. We'll use it actually. I paid good money for this Coptan tape, like almost $3. Right. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna try to protect everywhere around this with the Coptan tape, right? And just try to focus all of our heat on the board. I mean, on the 4558 there. Speaking of op amps too, where are my op amps? Oh, there they are. Okay. So we need my op amps. That is important. When you're gonna replace op amps, you kind of need the op amps. Dude, my stream might just not work. But once again, not a lot we can do. We have to get this done. So, and then just hope that things sort out eventually with this, because this is getting ridiculous. I might have to call my ISP and just be like, hey, my upload speeds are ridiculous. You gotta fix that, or, I mean, like, they're worse than your typical DSL upload speeds. But, anyway, we're gonna go ahead, try to protect this area with Coptan tape. Genuine Coptan tape, once again. We only buy the premium stuff. And, I'm thinking, turn the hot air on, and it goes. This is gonna be in the way, isn't it? Yeah, TV's in the way. Gotta move it quick. It's probably down here is fine. Oh, that is just ridiculous. So frustrating, man. Okay, move this so it's not going to hurt anything, and then we are going to take our hot air, it'll warm up, hopefully, and we're going to take it to, what is it at right now? We can probably do 320 to start with, and just go low and slow with it. Okay, about just a little airflow. Take her down to 320, maybe 325. That'll be fine, I think. All right, and then we're gonna find our flux. And we're going to take this, push it out of the way, and then we are going to find our tweezers that we're going to need to remove this op amp. New solder onto that. That is crusty. Yeah. That's not gonna jive. Okay. So new plan. We just flow brand new solder onto that guy. We'll leave you to one side for reuse later. And then we will take the casket. Yeah, I burnt myself. I forgot. Hot metal is hot. Oh boy, I just touched the nozzle of my thing trying to turn my iron on. Okay, so that should be warming up. That just warmed up. So now we should be able to just take this guy, put a little bit of solder on here, hopefully. Completely reflow this guy with brand new solder. Honestly, you could try reflowing with brand new solder and seeing if that fixes the problem. That's probably what I'm going to do first. Just do a full reflow. And it'd be nice if my cords would not, you know, live on top of my CD drive. That'd be ideal. Jeez. Oh, goodness. There we go. So we did a full resolder there of that op amp. We can give her a shot. If not, we can try removing it with hot air again. Just whole mess of flux on there. And hopefully everything's still good there. Yep, okay. So we'll give it a shot. It's worth a shot anyway. Well, no, we gotta put the top of the console on first. That way we know that kind of situation's our problem over there. Then we can try taking her off and cleaning her. Because yeah, it's just, and honestly, you'd probably be fine. I doubt too much junk would seep under there, but who knows? Well, we'll weigh it out. Kind of just figure out what is best and do what is best. Okay, we need screen, and you don't really need to see the screen because we're talking audio here, so did I unplug something? I did unplug the power board, didn't I? Yeah, that's something that needs to be plugged in for this to work. Power board. Where are you? Yeah, both of those look pretty rough, but I reflowed that one, I think. I remember reflowing that one. That one I'm not sure if I reflowed. But if I reflowed it, it looks hideous, so yeah, I feel like I was playing with the full deck last night. If I reflowed that, jeez. It just looked cold and awful, but I was also cold and feeling awful. So, you know, what can you do? Still have the issue where it just decides to open itself, but I mean, hey, we can sort that out when we draw back together. But we'll go ahead and we'll try both a Hue card and a CD and see if we see any difference. Probably also helps to plug the AV leads in. That'll tend to give you better results. And then, of course, the audio. We still have a good buzz out of it. So either way, the op amp's probably not happy. It's saying the disc isn't set. Why is the disc not set? Oh, I forgot. I had to. Disc should be set. Maybe. Oh yeah. I guess it was just sitting on something. Takes a little bit of finagling to close this thing sometimes. That doesn't sound right. There it goes, it's sinking. There we go. Yep, we still just get awfulness. And it's just a assembly thing that's causing the disc to be rough. But hey, we are getting a situation there, so that's good. This is why we always use legitimate copies, because if we don't use legitimate copies, then we'd be scratching up our backups, and that kind of defeats the whole purpose of having backups. So there you go. But okay, so I know I heard a little something from R-Type, which was somewhere. Maybe try this one. Oh, it's this button. R-Type. This one's fine. I love this. But as you can see, we're getting weird noises out of it. Or as you can hear, probably, maybe. We're getting weird noises. And my volume, by the way, on this TV is all the way up. So at least that's a good indicator that it's just a failed op amp. It makes different noises when I move and that kind of thing. So that's generally going to be op amp, hopefully. So we're going to replace our op amps by the AV area. I'm sorry, I'm just getting into R-Type. We're going to replace those op amps, or that op amp at least, and hope that that alleviates our problem. That AV out is not fun to plug in and unplug. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and put you over there, unplug you, and put you off to one side here. One side, so this one, ideally. We are going to find that cotton tape. Genuine 3M cotton tape. And try to shield off these capacitors as much as we can. Try to keep heat off of them if we can. Light our SMD tweezers. Turn you on. Let you warm up. And we'll see what we get here. Let's hope for the best. Whenever you're ready. Probably some flux wouldn't be a bad idea. And when I say flux, I mean some flux. Dude, that solder is not wanting to flow with hot air. And I could go over the moon with it. And how hot are you? Not bad. Okay, good. We don't want those to be hot. Okay, so honestly, I'm thinking probably what we do is we take our knife edge and we pull it up. I hate doing that, particularly with the state of this board, but we really don't have a choice. This guy's stuck on there. So we're going to go ahead and take our knife edge tip and some flux. Okay. And then you're going to take you, and then we pretty much just try to melt and pry. Okay, we tore a leg off of it. That's I'd be happier if I knew where that leg went, but I think we tore a leg off of it. You a leg on the... Honestly, I think what I might need to do is just cut the chip off. Which sucks, because it's annoying, but I think this should work in theory. You just take the legs off. Then we can clean it up down there. There we go. now she's free on that side. So we just carefully go around essentially the same way. On the other side. This is precarious. Okay, we've weakened it enough so that we should just be able to come right off with it. And yeah, there look to be some potentially damaged traces down there, so probably barking up the right tree here. Yeah, she's crusty on the bottom for sure. Look at that. Yeah. Well, you can't see it because there's a massive power wire in your way, but let's try to grab it here and see if the camera will focus on it. Maybe. You can kind of see she's crusty, so that's what I was trying to get across, kind of the whole point of that exercise. But yeah, at least we got these pads cleared now, so we should be able to check for continuity. There probably isn't any on some of these, and then try to maybe bridge some things, do some bodges, and get her reconfigured. So we'll go ahead and remove the legs of these components quickly. Pads are at least clean. We're getting some legs off. Slowly but surely. There. The bits of leg that are remaining are just tiny, so I'm gonna have to. Okay. And then we can go ahead and clean that with a generous serving of alcohol and toothbrush. Speaking of toothbrush, I don't know where I put it. Somewhere over here, you figure. There we go. This whole situation's a mess. I apologize. And now all you can see is that wire. Oh boy. Try to open this under here maybe. Whatever will keep it out of the way. And then we just have to take our alcohol, take a bit of her, and just scrub that down and see what our damage is. Of course, get some under the case too. It's fine. It won't hurt anybody, hopefully. I felt like it was moving a little bit more than it should. Okay. So our damage is some traces that look awful. It looks like it's at least broken through the solder mask, this corrosive material. We're gonna play our favorite game. Do we have continuity between these pads and surrounding area, because it looks like a lot of them are, after cleaning, they don't look awful, but they don't look particularly amazing either. So we are going to go ahead and pull one of these. It looks like this one runs across there and goes to this via here. This one also goes to that via there. This one goes straight into a via. This one, it's actually just worn through the solder mask. We have continuity on that one. Okay, so there are some of these that I don't know where they go to. We might need to lift the board and check, because just pretty much, I know this one seems to go through to this via now. This one seems to get to its via. That one gets to its via, and that one's fine. This one gets to its via. This one, that's where it needs to go. This one seems to be good, and this one seems to go over here somewhere. Yes. Okay, so yeah, all of those pads are amazingly conducting to something. So that's good. That is a breath of fresh air. Now we've got our op amps here, little guys, 4558s, and I don't remember which direction it was. I'm pretty sure it was right side up, but I want to be safe on that. Well, we can probably tell, because none of these should have continuity to each other, I don't think, other than that one. I turned my multimeter off. None of them are going to have continuity if my multimeter's not on. So if this pin has continuity with this pin, it doesn't. Doesn't have continuity with this one. These don't have continuity to each other in general. So yeah, that's not going to help. I can use the power of BODs. Well, I can use power of probably other people's teardowns, to be honest. Oh, what we do is Google Turbo Duo board picture. It is upright, 4558293. Yep, so once again, should probably save myself the effort and remember these things, but I've never been good at that whole remembering things thing, so. And that op amp is like that. Yes. That op amp like this. Is like next to there, and it's upright, so should be the same orientation with these guys. Part of me was really hoping that I didn't have to do any trace repair on this. So far, looks okay. Everything's conducting to something, so we'll take that. And you are... You go like this. This. Where are my tweezers? Okay. Like this. Just a little op amp guy. Don't mind him. Just making his way through the world. At the very least, these should be easier than... I might clean off all the solder too. Yeah, we clean off the solder with my solder wick. Which, yeah, I probably should take it out of the packaging when I use it because it looks horrible now. It's in horrible shape overall, but what can you do? That looks fine. Get this guy clean. Make sure we get all of them nice and spotless. Oh, beautiful. Okay, then we go in with the toothbrush. And use whatever little residual alcohol might be on there. Okay, yeah, I knew that was kind of going to be a pipe dream. We don't have any residual alcohol. A little bit of new alcohol. Give it a good clean. All that old flux goes away. All that old electrolyte goes away. And we're left with some actually fairly nice looking pads for what it's worth. I mean, yeah, some of the electrolyte definitely ate through that trace there, and it might have shorted something to something else. So we probably should have checked that. But I think we should be good through that regard. We will expedite the drying process with a Q-tip. Right. Yeah, still have a little bit of dirtiness on there. As you do on these boards, I mean, geez, like, this stuff does not like to lift up. Like, look at that. Just icky. I probably should have gone through with the Q-tip and, like, just every single square inch of this board gets just cleaned up, you know. But I didn't. But I don't think with the alcohol bath I gave it anything reactive should be remaining on the board. So we should continue to have a Turbo Duo that at the very least works the way it's working for years to come. But ideally, we will have one that works with sound for years to come, because sound is a good thing to have. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and tin one of these pads just to hold the chip into place. I could use a smaller soldering iron for this, but I'm not. Grab a little bit of solder. Alright. Get rid of my Coptan tape. And looks like we actually have a stable bit rate right now. That's good. Might be easiest just to tack this corner one down here. Right? Just hardly any on there. Just to tack her down, right? So, grab this guy. Verify I have the correct orientation there. that looks good. All right. Then we go ahead and take some solder and flow the other side. We can do with some flux too. This side. Probably best to switch hands. And just flow the amount of solder, make sure we're touching those legs. Beautiful. Alright, then we test continuity. We should have continuity between the far top pin, I think, there, and the pin there. And other than that, we shouldn't have continuity with any other legs. So. We have continuity there. No continuity there. No continuity there. No continuity there. No continuity there. There, 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 should have continuity. Yep. There, 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 there. Okay, that should be on good. I haven't tested continuity to the other points of the board, but we'll only do that if this doesn't work. But it should by rights work. So we can go ahead and clean off our flux. Well, it should by rights work, he says, knowing that there's probably other faulty op amps on the board. But what can you do, right? What, am I gonna, give up the opportunity to take this apart again and put it back together again? Just go through the infinite cycle of taking apart and putting together. How fulfilling would that really be if I did my streams like that, right? Just dry it off with another Q-tip. Speed up the drying process. I don't wait. 99% isopropyl alcohol is great and all, but it's expensive, so I use 91. For the home gamers use, unless you're like trying to displace water for whatever reason, 91% is perfectly fine. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and put the top back on to our console. All right. And we are going to go ahead and plug in our power, he said. And we are going to go ahead and plug in our AV out and our controller. So you want to place bets on if this will work or not? Because I sure don't. I wouldn't bet anything on this working, but it working would be like the super. Well, how about we just place bets on if it like actually turns on again after that? There we go. That would be hopefully somewhat safe. One would hope. Once again, but you know how it goes. Okay, that seems pretty freed up. Okay, so we turn her on, and we've got a buzz, but that could mean anything. Hey, Nostalgic Dan, welcome to the stream. You guys hear that? It's better than it was. I mean, yeah, you can hardly hear it, but that's some Lords of Thunder if I've ever heard it. Welcome to the stream, Dan. How you doing? We're troubleshooting this nightmare of a console. After my recap went very successfully, and I finally fixed my CD drive as well, so that's good. What isn't good, though, is the sound has not worked. So I wonder if that restored my sound for HuCard now that I think about it. Because you got to test them separately because they all use different op amps all over the board. Better than it was, my life's motto. Yeah. As long as it's better than it was, we're moving in the right direction for sure. Particularly with this thing, where better than it was is really all I can ask. This thing has been just torturing me. Okay, where is my Super Nintendo controller? That's how I'm doing. I called my beautiful Avenue Pad 6 a Super Nintendo controller. So now we got 6 buttons for 6-button game action. Then we put in my dodgy flash cart because I don't have Turbo Graphics game money. And then I think we go back to R-Type because I had gotten some audio on R-Type yesterday, and then I didn't get any audio. I went to the wrong page, I think. Yeah, I went to the wrong page. It's 1001 to 1200. Okay. I totally legally and legitimately own all these games. Recaps never go wrong and are always seamless, said no one ever. Yeah. I really can't complain for how worse for wear this board was. I mean, not a single broken trace, despite the fact this board pretty much in some spots looked like a piece of Swiss cheese. So, like, I cannot complain about that. I refuse to complain about it. Let's see if we have some audio on R-Type. No R-Type audio from the sounds of it. At all. Okay, so now we know we have some CD audio and no HuCard audio. So that's, once again, that's progress of some kind. Oh, we got to test headphone jack too. Not that that one should have in theory fixed the headphone jack, but throw on my headphones here. Because honestly, if I could get the headphone jack working, that's good enough for me. You want to get the stereo out of it anyway, right? If any of the games are designed for stereo. Okay, I get some crackling on the well, I thought I got some crackling on the, I forgot to plug the controller in, naturally. Yeah, that's great. This one, and then we go to R-Type again. See if we have any headphone audio. We have, it's almost audible. Yeah, I hear just the vaguest audio out of the headphone jack. So that is good. So we're going to go ahead and put in Lords of Thunder again. My totally legit copy that is not burnt to a Memorex CDR. Because we don't buy illegitimate games, not on this stream. Press the run button. Hold this down because it likes to. My Turbo Duo is just special. There you go. Yeah, I can hardly hear it over my furnace, but it's like the faintest audio, and I get like a little blip when I hit the start button. Oh yeah, I hear that da-da-da-da-da-da. So there we go. That's, once again, it's something that we didn't have before. So we're probably going to do, the difficult thing in all of this is I only have 3 of these op amps because I should have ordered 5, but I didn't. So let's see. It's always good to see that. Oh geez, my chat window just moved itself, I think, now for a reason. Okay, it's always good to see consoles that are worse for wear being given some new life. Oh yeah, I've had this Turbo Duo for a minute, and I played it a bit. Like this is the console I first played Lords of Thunder on. So, because obviously I didn't grow up with the Turbo Duo because of the whole nobody had one thing. But that being said, hey, you know, I still love this Turbo Duo. So one thing I might also do is resolder this volume wheel on, because yeah, it looks a little rough. Yeah, so where do we go now other than probably that op amp right there? Because that op amp looks fine. I believe there's 5 on the board total. That one looks fine. That one's not near any electrolytics. I swear there's supposed to be another one. Oh yeah, there's actually 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, no, 1, 2, 3. Those ones look fine. I doubt it's those ones. 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's probably, like, I mean, judging from how ugly this one right here looks, I mean, probably, but I mean, this board had some, like, it had some holes. Like, it, next to these 2 caps that the camera will focus. Oh my goodness, it was just, pretty rough. But, not a single broken trace had to be repaired. I was able to solder all onto what was left of the pads. So, that was kind of nice. But yeah, now we're going to do the I guess the op amp right there. So we're going to try to re-angle the camera. Just let me know if I had to get a better camera shot. I am practicing at this still. But I am the opposite of good at it. So do bear that in mind. But yeah, I think the best option, because like I tried removing the last one with hot air and it was too iffy. So we are going to go ahead and use a soldering iron with a healthy amount of flux, try to flow some new solder onto this, and then just try to pull it off with tweezers. Not the optimal solution, but you don't really get to have the optimal solution with this Turbo Duo. So, because when you have 3 different unique problems, well, I mean, this one, you could probably blame the caps. We don't know for sure yet, but you could probably blame the caps for it. Getting to enjoy some good cancer fumes there. Oh boy. Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, I'm thinking I might have to go ahead and switch this around, because I tried to get like a little bit of a better angle for the camera shot, but like having this closer to me will make it like ridiculously easier. So we are going to do that, and hopefully you guys can still see it. Yeah, looks like you guys can still see it. And we're pretty much just going to try to lift this guy up, right? And then we can just ping this off from this side as well. I melted a bit of it, but that's okay. No. That is not going to... Yeah, it's still actually held on there. We're going to have to go out the other side again here. Clean the iron off, because it has melted op amp on it. But, wait a moment. Dang it, that's the wrong one. Oh my goodness. Look at what I just did. Look at the mess I just made. Fortunately, I don't think the melted plastic is from this guy. So that's good. We're just gonna act like that never happened and try to move on with our life. That's embarrassing. Anyway, yeah, that looks fine. Hopefully that I did not damage that op amp. Okay. But yeah, we just retinned this one. We're going to... Oh, that one pulled right up. Okay. It's toying with me now. It's what this thing does. Okay. That one actually removed very easily. So we're going to keep this one around. Just in there, I guess. In case we need one, I guess. Because, like, I mean, honestly, the op amp itself looks fine. We can test the traces down there, but honestly, the traces look fine as well. Fumes add to the ambience, absolutely, to my dreary, horrible, scary basement. Good sense of home, you know. Alright, so we got this guy right here. Oh boy. Oh. Somewhere. Clean those guys off and clean these guys off, and suppose we check for continuity. Yeah, it looks like those are not supposed to be bridged to each other, so this one is slightly different to the other one in terms of how it's put together pins wise. Oh, I think I know where that plastic came from. A little bit of that headphone amp. That's okay. That's character. Or not the headphone amp, the headphone port. Anyway, toothbrush. We need good old board hygiene here. And we'll see what the damage is. Okay, so we got some traces that look... That's probably just masked, honestly. It's probably fine. You know, like, the scary thing isn't, like, this doesn't look too bad. So, I don't know why specifically the headphone port, would be... Like, how is the circuitry all tied into each other is the question. It's difficult to say. But yeah, then we might have to do the old see what voltage is coming in, see what voltage is going out. We got you, and make sure. Okay, so I am getting continuity to that via from that one, that via from that one, that one from that one, that from that one. Where do you go? Are you just negative? Yes. You go to that via, you go to this via, and you go to this resistor. Okay. So yeah, pins are fine. Honestly, other than just how rough that that guy looked, wasn't really that much wrong looking with it. So we will go ahead and try installing a new one right here and seeing if that somehow fixes our audio issue. Hopefully, maybe. If not, I might have to order more of these guys and replace all the other ones. But I'll probably at least track voltages and that kind of thing and see if they need reseated or something like that. See, and you were upright like this. Sorry, I'm kind of getting in the way, but yes, okay. So then we need to do this. We just need to put a little solder on this pad here. eye. Move her back. Of course, it flipped around. So we gotta give it one of these. Okay. And we just got her floor into place. Easier said than done, but still should be somewhat doable. That's good. Okay. The heck I do to you there? Yeah, probably just put some that looks fine. Just give it a good full reflow on that side too with some flux. Some solder here too. Some solder here. And that bridged. Clean you off. Carefully try to get in there again. There we go. That looks good. Okay. Give it the continuity test. None of these should have continuity with each other, I don't think. So. Okay. Okay. I think we should be good there. Quick brush off, and yeah, that honestly looks fine. Okay, so we'll go ahead and plug it in and see if we get different results. Plug you back in. My remaining op amp right there. Other than the one I pulled off. Like, yeah, the one I pulled off from the outputs end was pretty gnarly. That one was, ugh. That one looked fine, honestly. Like, fine enough to be like, well, I'll keep it in case, you know. Anyway, we'll go ahead and throw Lords of Thunder. I doubt this will solve our problem because that honestly just looked fine. We do still have a little bit of a buzz going. It's still pretty much just buzzing. We get very faint sound. Yeah, if this would not have to be like held down like this, that would be great. Just so I can throw my headphones on. Okay. Plug this guy in. See what we have. That sounds better. No CD audio though. Or no, what's it called? Music. We're going to do the Pearl Jam test to see if we get any music from it. This is, I believe, the official name of the test is the Pearl Jam test. Pearl Jam. And then try to reseat this so that it's less grubby. Should be ideally okay. Select there. Let me out! I don't know how to get out of that menu. Yeah, this... I have to figure out how to get that closed correctly. I hit the wrong button. I almost get something that resembles audio. Okay. Which, yeah, I know it's Pearl Jam, but, like, it's not supposed to sound like that. I'm kidding. Anyway. Okay, so... here, find yourself R-type, run it. Realize my headphones aren't plugged in. Okay, I have very faint audio. Which is a massive improvement over, like, just nothing. But yeah, it's very faint. So there's gotta be, like, another op amp, like, in the chain. I would assume. Was there any audio from the television? We have to check. We'll go ahead and just start a game. 1941 is fine. Oh, never mind. 1941 is fine. I might try cleaning up the solder on the volume knob and making sure all of the solder is good for the headphone jack. This is supposed to be a video game? Not doing anything. Okay, so try restarting. We'll go over. We can somewhat trust our type. Yeah, there's very faint sound. Very faint. Okay. Here with that, we put Lords of Thunder back. It's an expensive game, you know. So we gotta take care of it. Just throw it on the other side of the bench. Take Pearl Jam out and put it somewhere it won't get damaged for the most part. And that's probably fine. You're probably going to need to do another Pearl Jam test today, so keep it handy. Oh boy. Okay. So, yeah. Those solder joints to the volume wheel don't look particularly fantastic. So we will probably go ahead and just completely reflow that with new solder. And that's flux. Soldering iron in the other hand, please. Hand. Because I don't want to nudge my capacitors. Yeah, that solder just looks so dicey, and yeah, I'm getting the smell of bad caps, honestly. We'll probably, what we're going to do, is we're going to take it off and just clean the heck out of this situation. Oh boy, that didn't look good. Okay, well, it looks like just a massive bridge. Okay, so we need paste. Switch hands. So we don't. Fit our capacitors here if we can help it. Turn that fucking laser too. Okay. So hopefully that's some of the schmutz gone. But yeah, it's weird that it's sounding nominally better every time. Like, you would think it would just, you know, either work or not, but we're kind of in the weird twilight zone of kinda? And, I mean, I'll take it. Like, that's fine, but yeah, these pads look okay. And it all just goes under that mask there. Make it look a little bit better. And yeah. Well, I guess there's hardly any solder on that anymore. So we can throw it back on. Try to maybe get with Q-tip a little bit too. Honestly, just make it dry faster. Ooh, that is gross. Okay. Now we got grossness on it. That's half the problem, right? Oh my goodness. Okay. So yeah. That just nestles right in there, makes it nice and easy for me. Right? If I can just go right into there, jostle it into the right spot, and oh yeah, that's good. That's a good design NEC. Good job. Good NEC. Yeah. I mean, granted, it'd be the only thing that you designed correctly on this entire console, but we got to take our wins where we can find them. Get some pin on here. That would be fantastic. There we go. Okay. And this one we're going to have to probably do like this. Just be careful. This feels weird. No. Okay, that one almost soldered on. There we go. So now we can kind of tack them in and then give them a real bit of flux here. because they have plenty of solder on them. Good and shiny. Okay. We can try this with that. While my furnace is off, we should probably do it quickly. Try it again with just headphones. Let's see if that improved anything. We should probably also get this out of here. Just having highly conductive solder running all over my board. Probably not a good idea. Okay. Do this. And then we will do this. And once again, not going to be too worried about CD for this one. Mainly just U-card because we're getting faint audio on both. I don't want to put the top of this thing back on. So we're just going to do this like this. And it should be fine. Come on. There we go. Okay, so we can hardly hear it out of there. I believe this is volume all the way down. It's either volume all the way down or volume all the way up, and if it's volume all the way up, I am in for a surprise. Well, it's quiet, but honestly, these are semi-higher impedance headphones. Like maybe higher than what these are designed for. It still does have an issue where when I have it turned all the way down, it only plays out of one ear. So I'd probably chalk that up to a volume wheel defect. But yeah, you can probably faintly hear it. Now keep in mind, this is with the TV all the way up, so, yeah, not the best situation. I am going to double check and go ahead and plug this into the other jack there. I might see if that improved CD audio. I suppose I didn't check either if there's any op amps on the back of the board too. Probably should have. Because I suppose the chips that make the sound happen are probably in line there. That could be an issue over there too. There could be a trace that's somewhat faulty. I'm gonna like cross all my I's and dot all my T's, and I'm also going to check the CD side of things for this as well, and just see if the issue is exactly the same. Where audio is faint from everywhere. It's not where you're supposed to be. Come on. This case gets harder and harder to put on. Yeah, it helps if you remove the freaking game. Anyway, try to just seat that decently. Don't want to scratch up my Pearl Jam. Then we do that, and we power this guy on. Open that up. And we got Pearl Jam. And we start jamming to some pearls. Possibly. are getting CD audio. Very CD audio, but CD audio. See what I did there? Very muffled, very scratchy. Hey, Batica boy, welcome to the stream. Doing some troubleshooting. And it's not going entirely as expected, to be honest. My audio to my Turbo Duo here is slowly improving everything I do, which is bizarre because that's not how things should work. There should be a fault, and I should find that fault, and I should fix it. But it is like multiple individual things, I guess. Like I have replaced 2 op amps, and each op amp has improved things slightly. So, oh my goodness, it's ridiculous. It's like, this is just a comedy of errors, really, this whole thing. Okay, so we got, what else do we have next? So we did this op amp right here. Beautiful. This op amp right here is done. So we have, I believe, only 5 op amps on this board. This one here, which would be the next most likely culprit, because honestly, these ones look spotless. It must be a grounding error somewhere. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, because honestly, the way this board sounds, I can try to see if I'm getting voltage somewhere I shouldn't. I can't remember exactly which pins I'm supposed to check for voltage. Are you? I don't trust a power switch for ground too much. You are ground. You are definitely ground. We could poke around with the multimeter, but yeah, a lot of the time, like the weird thing is it's just slowly improving. Like, I mean, at this rate, if I replace every part on the board, eventually it'll work. But we'll find. We'll start probing and just make sure everything acts like it's getting the right voltages. And nothing is shorted either on these op amps too. So like if I go to the op amps, because I'm getting audio out, it's just really bad audio. But yeah, this one should be shorted to this. Other than that, none of them should be shorted to the other. Let me verify that here. Yep, so that one's good. None of those ones should be shorted, and I already tested those. Let me see the we are looking at the 4558 TI 4558. Okay, so on that side you got power, output, input, output, input, input. Okay, so I mean, I suppose we go ahead and hook up to this sucker and test some voltages. Oh. Because yeah, I'd like to ideally troubleshoot all of the obvious stuff without having to do any extreme research on stream, but and are you good? Yep. Okay. There. And might as well hook up sound or this guy here, and then just power it. And then we should be getting power VS. Hello. Spooked me a little bit. Well, it's definitely getting something from the stop amp. Try not to short these. Ideally. This is a good ground, right? Yes. Oh. I'm testing for continuity. My brain's not working tonight. I was like, why am I not getting any power here? Yeah, that's getting 7 volts, which it's supposed to. It's the power. Non-inverted input A. Shouldn't be. Should be 1.4. That seems low. Input A. 4.16 seems right. 3.8 is low, but it's not making any sound at the very least. That is probably ground. 3.3. 4.16. And 1.4. I've had this issue with I've had an issue with the PCB on DC side that was for industrial uses where there was slow and approval with component replacement, but at the end there's one faulty component and coupler. Yeah, troubleshooting was, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I've had situations where you just get weirdness like this, and it's like, doesn't seem to make sense. That's 3.9 something, 3.9 something. That's 0, which is consistent. 4.15, 4.18, 4.26. So that seems more correct. How about these guys? What do these guys toss? 3.8, 3.85, 3.89. We should be 7, 3. Oh boy. How about you? Got 7 input. Here. 4. 3. Here, 2, and that one's lower. 4, 4. How about you? It'd be nice if they had something that told me that's a lot of voltage on the input on that one. They're supposed to stay around like 7. This one 9 volts. 1.26. Is that one shorted to the input? Because that should be It's not shorted to the input, it's just really high. You seem like you're an expert in this PCB. Have you worked on it before? It feels like I've been working on this very one for an eternity. Yeah, this one, so yesterday I did a full recap of it, because these guys are, I mean, these turbo duos are known for leaky capacitors, and this one definitely had some nightmarish leaks all over it. So, got that all taken care of. Had to fix the disk drive not working, so I have that working now, fortunately. And now I am down to troubleshooting audio on it. So I feel like I've worked on it forever, but really, this is my first time ever working on one of these, actually. So kind of a whole new thing for me, this guy. Let's see. We can check the audio circuitry to see if we're getting output on all the capacitors. How did last night's repair stream end? It looked like you were still on it. Yes. So so recap was a success, at least as far as I know, as long as that it's not causing my audio issues. Had issues with the CD drive. Troubleshooted those off stream. Found out that I guess one of my discs, for whatever reason, decided to push to the laser all the way out and off track. So I had to get it back on track and redo some of these wires, and also I forgot to connect that ground as well, but I don't know if that actually does anything. But ended up getting the CD drive working, so now we're just troubleshooting sound, which has been going strangely because I have been pretty much going through absolutely all of the bad-looking op amps, replaced the bad-looking op amps, and the sound has improved slightly, but it is like, if you turn the TV all the way up, you can kind of hear through it. Seems like you are a man of knowledge. I hope you get it working. Fine, I'll be punching. Oh, thanks, I appreciate it. I wouldn't necessarily call myself a man of knowledge. I just sort of know what I know and figure it out as I go. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the breaks with what I've been doing on these anyway, and they've all turned out to be successful. I mean, I'd call this an overall success, considering the fact that from where I started, replacing about, what was it, 55 capacitors, you know, not too bad, all things considered. Those are getting not a lot of voltage, like 1.4 volts when they go over here. But yeah, just trying to figure it out as I go, I guess. That looks like that must be the output for the audio circuitry, and its voltage is fine. I can always try reseating these. 'Cause yeah, I mean, like, the thing with this is, that electrolyte, when it gets conductive, that could potentially be what is causing my world of pain here. So we might go ahead and just twist that out of the way for a moment, and we might just try reflowing all of these 4, what are they called again? 4588s. Yeah. Because I did not buy enough to replace all of them, like I should have. So, yeah, what can you do? But well, you can next time buy enough to replace all of them. But yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and give these all good reflows, and hopefully that helps with things. Okay, so you should be able to just barely see these on screen now. Power is unplugged. Those are good and shiny now. Those look good. Give it a good nick with the soldering iron, just to let it know you mean business. One looks good. But yeah, hopefully if there's any shorts this way, this will break them in a perfect world. Now, where I live is not a perfect world. I don't know about you guys, but maybe this will do something. Who knows? I've had crazier things happen before. And that side didn't really flow all that much. We're going to give it a round 2. Because it might just be a bad contact issue with this guy, or some of these are shorting together. But yeah, all the voltages going into these 4558 seem reasonable, other than this one seems a little high. So that's kind of what I'd figure my next step to work on is. I don't think this flux is conductive. We're just going to just rinse it off anyway here, because we are probably going to have to end up removing and replacing just to troubleshoot these anyway. Okay. Oh, I missed some. The thing with leaking capacitors is that when you resolder them, the resistance in the weld and the traces can go wrong, and with the analog signals, it's a nightmare. I think I'm lucky for being in the washing chair and not yours. Yeah. These Turbo Duos are definitely a pain for sure, because, I mean, the way they designed them, basically everything they did with them is kind of wrong. So, I mean, and these things, this is a board from 1990 something. Like 1994 probably. And it has a date on it somewhere. 1992, excuse me. Jeez, that was that early. Yeah, 1992. So, and these leaked from the factory. So it's had a long time to develop issues for sure. So, but hopefully we can get it so that it is somewhat preserved at the very least. Because I do like my Turbo Duo, despite all the trouble it has caused me. It is... It unfortunately gets more of my affection than it probably should, but not much you can do. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and plug this guy in and see what we get here. Okay, so we're going to try R-type. That button. I could just use Popful Mail, it's closer. But I know this guy has some audio, so I don't think that did anything. Yeah, exact same. Well, exact same as last time. It's very improved from absolutely nothing, but granted, anything is an improvement from absolutely nothing. I mean, I could try reflowing some of the audio circuitry stuff on the bottom of the board, because it could be that electrolyte just seeped down there. Where's my controller? Yeah, headphone jack, definitely better. I mean, granted, I have it cranked all the way up. It could just be the wrong output somewhere, honestly, is the thing. But the thing is, all these 70 or not 7805. All the 45. That's a 4560, not a 4558. So that is not what I thought it might be. So yeah, can't replace that one anyway. Yeah, there's 4 of them, which is fine. I mean, we could try replacing the other ones and see what happens. But that'll probably be the next step. Well, actually, honestly, it might be easier just to do that. Reason being, well, specifically replacing that one. And reason being, to reflow all this stuff, like on the bottom of the board, I am going to have to take the board out. So if this fixes it, that would be really nice. But we will try and see what we can do to remove this one without damaging it. In the event we have to kind of swap these around, test them out, that kind of thing. But yeah, I think honestly my next step is buying another 4558 and a 4560. That would be pretty much all you can do, is just kind of replace things until, because like the thing is, the audio is getting there, like it's getting to the headphone jack and it's getting there, but it's just not good audio. So it's nothing on the circuitry side, thank goodness. Well, on the like actual chips that are not replaceable because they haven't been made in 100 years side, which is always preferable. At least we know a signal is coming out, which is better than not knowing that. And I forgot to unplug you, so you need to be unplugged. There we go. Come on. There we go. There we go. Okay. So change the camera up a little bit, so that hopefully you can see this guy right here. Yep. Okay. So we will pull you up, hopefully. Nice thing about these is the feet are tiny, so it's easy to just pull these guys up when they're not like gummed up with stuff. But let's see. Those traces look fine. This chip looks fine. I'm not thinking it'll be this, but it was next to some leaky capacitors, so we're going to go ahead and replace it anyway. If anything, just to get some electrolyte off this board wouldn't hurt. Doesn't hurt to replace them. If anything, I'm replacing them with higher quality components, modern equivalents. For these chips, which should in theory be better anyway. I don't know, I'm not an expert on Texas Instruments audio chips, but I would think they'd be able to make them better, you know, however many years down the line, right? Anyway, so that's all clean now. Once again, all this stuff is kind of just, it's worth a try. We will use a Q-tip and some alcohol for this, because it's kind of a tight space. Should work. Try cleaning her all up. Unless there's any potentiometers here that are part of the audio circuitry as well. That is something that should not be ruled out. We will test these traces though, because they were next to a leaky capacitor, but there doesn't look to be anything too wrong with them. Let's see, so I think this one should go to ground here. So we'll go ahead and just do this while we have this alligator clip. One of you, yep, you right there. You also go to ground? That doesn't seem right. Are all those guys shorted to ground? Because it was definitely getting voltage through them. That doesn't seem correct to me for that ship. Why did I have that in there? I really need to document this stuff. I think that side is the notch. So it should go like that. Why do I have a crown there? Oh, okay. That doesn't seem right. Do I have something conductive shorting? You a capacitor? You're not shorting to, how about you? You? That is a ground. We have confirmed that. You're a ground, of course. Yes, you are indeed a capacitor. That? Yeah. You're the, that's weird. They have the marker on the anode on this one, which isn't typically right. So that guy is ground there. None of those are crossed over. How about you guys? Anything that isn't supposed to be ground, connected to ground? You're supposed to be. You're not supposed to be. You're supposed to be. Why are you not connected to ground? That is bizarre, isn't it? Could try reflowing this guy right here, because I do not get a ground off of it. This one should have a ground. This one should be a ground. This one. This one, the via, isn't ground either. Yeah, that's bizarre. Make sure. Some kind of weirdness. No. Yeah, that is not connected to ground. Okay. This one, here. At all. This one is ground. This one is no ground. Where do you go? What is your story? Go through a via into something on the bottom of the board. Okay, we might go ahead and put on our op amp there, test it. Well, I don't know if I want to do that well. Like, it's weird because these three here, which probably shouldn't happen, are all ground. Right? None of you are ground. One of these is supposed to be ground, and I believe it's this one here. This one, these two should not be. So why are you grounded? Oh, well, nope, they are all connected to the same ground plane here. I believe this is a ground plane. Yes. Okay, so these are supposed to be grounded, so. But that's just weird. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't understand these 4558 chips. I think is just what it comes down to. I don't get them. Which is fine. I mean, you know, I'm kind of dumb, so I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm 95% sure I know the orientation of that guy, but we are going to go ahead and verify it with this picture here. Yep, 4558 words is that way. Put a little bit of solder on there. Just get her flown in. Yeah, float in. Flown in. That'll work, yeah. Get her flown in. Pay no mind to my rambling, please. Yeah, we are going to investigate why that capacitor isn't getting any connection to ground. We'll do the whole side. We'll live dangerously on the edge. Where did I just put it? Okay, that should be tacked. Go ahead and flow. A little bit of solder in there. That's good. There. Not too much, but that's fine. How old am I? I am 27. And soon to be 28. Coming up this year. But yeah, Sim is right. At least 13 via Twitch's guidelines. So I will not admit any guilt otherwise. There you go. That looks all good, so that's good. So we'll go ahead and give it a shot. See if anything changed. Probably not on this one. Once again, that op amp looked good. I'm just asking because you look a bit younger. Oh, yeah. I mean, definitely a little younger than... Well, I'm actually younger than this video game console, so there is that, but... I tell you, when I'm sitting on the bench that I have here, I don't feel younger. But, yeah, we got that all hooked up. We can get this off the board. All of our op amps are now used up. We can turn it on. It doesn't sound violently loud. I was assuming 23. Oh, yeah. Well, thanks. I appreciate it. I'm at the age where definitely that is most definitely a compliment. So, but yeah, that was significantly quieter at the very least. So that changed something. I'm trying to find my my controller for this thing. This is really why I need to get my test bench put together, because man, having this much bench space is fantastic already, but it's just a mess having the TV right here. But yeah, we got, it's quiet. That's good. I mean, that, like, the numbers that op amp were reading did not look right. So I wouldn't be super surprised if this was my problem, but I'd also be kind of surprised, to be completely honest. But we haven't gotten to anything with sound yet, so this might be ridiculously loud, by the way, because I do have this TV cranked up all the way to 100, so Or it will be completely quiet and not a single sound will play. Hopefully that's not the case. It's still quiet, but there's less interference. It's still very quiet. Huh. Try the headphones. Well, that could also be part of my problem too. It could be possible the audio is coming out of the headphones. Huh. I mean, now it sounds clear. It's just very quiet. We could check CD and see what that looks like. Oh, lost my glasses. Okay. Watch it be something where it just doesn't like that ground right there, the way I have it up. I highly doubt it'd be something like that. Oh, I forgot. That's what, the second time I've done this stream? We've improved it, for sure, at the very least, so we can hold our heads high knowing that, I guess. We'll try Pearl Jam again. Do the old Pearl Jam test. Oh, right. I completely messed that up. There we go. Wish it had a way of saying, "Hey, idiot, you left the power switch on." This is just problematic. That almost seems nominally louder. Yeah, there's definitely sound going. There, I don't have the headphones plugged in. We'll plug the headphones in. So yeah, I don't think that changed anything. Yeah, the CD sound is still completely garbled. The non-CD sound is super clear, but it's just quiet. That's so weird. Why? Why is it doing that? I'd say we maybe look at the bottom of the board and investigate. I mean, it wouldn't hurt. Okay. We'll pull her apart again. And I don't think I screwed this in, so that should be fine. It shouldn't be held in by anything, I don't think. It is only held in by this ground. There we go. Work you. Yeah. Well, you know, this isn't shorting, is it? To something? I mean, it's fully covered and capped on tape. It really shouldn't short. I mean, we'll lift her up good and test continuity again, but honestly, I'm thinking what I might have to do is just... Is that another 4558 down? Yeah, there's 2 more 4558s down here on the audio circuitry. That could do it. I mean, I think the lesson in all this is I should probably verify how many 4558s are on a Turbo Duo. That soldering job looks terrible on this chip here. Jeez, wow, that looks rough. That looks really rough. A lot of this looks rough. Just a lot of this whole situation, this whole set of circumstances is just rough. Yeah, I suppose we can reflow the 4885s. Or 4558s, whatever they are at this point. I don't know at this point what they even are. Okay, we will go ahead and try to get you an angle where you can see, and we're just gonna completely reflow these guys. Well, we could check the voltage on them. That probably wouldn't hurt. It's not connected to the power board. That will make things difficult. Yeah, usually you want it connected to the power board to, power it. Okay, so we are going to probably just have to reflow. Reflow and hope. I mean, some of these solder joints do look kind of ugly. It is always the possibility that one that isn't even close to any of the corrosion, one of these, but the way I lost audio on this console, you would think it was some kind of catastrophic thing. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be obvious. I mean, we could. Well, these are like right under there. Where do they go? That's a good question. Through the bottom of that capacitor and around. That goes through this through hole here into what looks like just a bunch of sound circuitry. Oh boy. We'll reflow them and see what happens. Once again, not expecting much from this, but doesn't hurt. Countless things have been fixed over the course of time by just simply reflowing solder joints. So this could be no exception or something like that. Whatever I meant to say there, just, use your imagination. Geez, that one smelled fishy. There could be some. I mean, it's clearly, like, discolored. We could try switching the 4558 there. See if that does anything for us. Once again, I'm switching questionable chips with broken chips here, but... Oh, she is stuck. There we go. Got her lifted up a little bit. Yeah, that solder smells like fish. That is not good. I do not like that solder. Okay, well that leg is bent, so... Oh yeah, she's got some neckiness under there. I should have probably checked it for shorts, but I didn't. Well, We can go ahead and put that in the it probably is bad camp. What are we looking at? Yeah, it's a little iffy on the bottom. Didn't look bad at all. But yeah, it just smells like electrolyte, and honestly the pads don't look super healthy. We can check to make sure that they're flowing to the vias there. But to do that, I'm going to have to find out where I put my common probe. There it is. Or just give up and grab another multimeter. I like my 787 process meter. I mean, even though I don't really even know what a process meter does. I mean, just full disclosure. I know it's a multimeter, so it does that, and that's what I use it for. Okay. So this looks like it flows to that, and it does. They flow to each other. These look like they're supposed to flow to there. This looks like it's supposed to flow to that via there. That looks like it's supposed to flow to ground. This flows to this via. This flows to this via down here. Or does it? Insert like the Vsauce music. It does. Okay. Okay. So yeah, those all look to flow correctly, but there's so much electrolyte down there, it's very possible that it is causing iffiness. But honestly, I think if this doesn't work out, there's a good chance that I will have to put this project on the back burner until I get some new op-amps, and then I'm just going to order as many as it takes. That's the solution, just as many as it takes. This down at flux and give her a good, healthy clean. Come on. There we go. Yeah, she don't look perfect for sure. That could be a problem. A quick scrub. Yeah, it doesn't look very good. We can use that decent looking op amp we pulled and see if that. Because in theory that one should work, because when we changed that one it didn't cause any issues. Where is my, this guy right here? I hate to say it, but if this doesn't work out, I don't want to try, like, swapping faulty op-amps with questionable op-amps. And dropping them all over my floor. Hold tight just a moment. Okay, glad the camera didn't catch that. I usually reserve that content to my OnlyFans, but okay, so we got you, and we got some solder, hopefully. This one has the notch there, so like this. inside of these things. This spacing is weird. You gotta get it like pretty much dead on. Line up. That should line up. Okay. I apologize about the bit rate, guys. I might have to be in talks with my ISP. We are supposed to get fiber spring of next year, so that is the timetable. Okay, that should be good. Because of those ones, I might check those. Those are good. Okay. Well, once again, I don't think this is going to solve my problem, but if it does, I'll just be happy that it solved the problem. Okay, so we got you. I'm not going to plug in the CD drive yet. We need AV for power. Hopefully nothing shortens to anything else. Controller. And then a flash card. And we'll see what happens. See if anything improves or disimproves or what we got. Jeez, that did not go in. Once again, this is fairly quiet now. Type. Start it. Once again, I think it is exactly the same. I am hearing the exact same amount of audio out of the TV. You can't hear anything because of the whole furnace thing, but once again, quiet yet clear audio out of the headphone jack. Oh. I should probably stop playing R-Type. Anyway. Okay, so that is that. Next things we could try to do is just clean up joints around the audio circuitry, I suppose. I mean, I suppose I could go ahead and, while things are plugged in, just look around and poke around and see what I'm getting for voltages. There's this one massive RF shield, so I'm going to try to avoid that ideally if we can. Anything conductive down here? No. Good. Okay. Other than my metal workbench. That's something we don't want to be shorting up against if we can help it. I don't know, my soldering iron station won't move. That. Okay. Everything conductive should not be present anymore. Okay. And can we power you on with the power switch? Right here. Okay. So we got that going. We're gonna go ahead and hook up to a ground again. And do ourselves a little fault finding. Hopefully we find a fault. Hopefully in something that I haven't already changed. In a perfect world. Beep. Beep. Well, we set it to voltage. And we set it to voltage AC. Make sure we have continuity of ground. We're good. Okay, voltage DC. Let's see. We've got this 4558 right here. And you are posting me ridiculously inconsistent. This was the one I replaced, right? One on this side. .1 volts. That one's all over the plot. It's showing negative voltage connecting to ground. That is weird. This one's showing a little voltage. But yeah, those should be writing. One of them is a ground. One of them is right around 7 to 9 volts, and then one of them is going to be 5 volts. Which one did I replace? Probably that one because the solder leg looks weird. Well, it was that one, wasn't it? Does anybody remember if I replaced the one on the left or the one on the right for the 4558s here? Because I forgot. So, yeah. I have trouble with my left and right sometimes. I'm sorry. Unplug this. Unplug this. I mean, we can verify the joints to my audio jack. They look fine. They look perfectly fine. Which one did I replace? I want to say it was the one on the right. I'm not sure if it was the one on the right. But either way, those look wrong. Like, the inputs look wrong on them. The input voltages. Oh my goodness. This is just a mess. Like, I think it'd have to be the one on the right that I didn't replace, because look at those legs. I probably wouldn't have left it like that. It's the one, yeah, I replaced the darker one. Well, no, now they're both replaced. Jeez. This thing's a mess. We will go ahead and probably just do some reflowing and hope for the best. Because reflowing, it can sometimes work miracles. I mean, maybe there is a short to ground being created by just a, you know, simple poorly flowed joint. Crazier things have happened before. Jeez, what is... What's up? Oh! Smells like reeks of electrolyte. This whole situation over here. What are... You're the inductors, which, if they have something to do with sound, could be causing my issue. Yeah, like, I don't breathe in the solder fumes, but you can just tell from the smell that these create in the room, man. It's a... That's a doozy. Those could use more solder. I just realized I haven't been paying enough mind to camera location here. Okay, well, we've been working on this, trying to somewhat clean that up and make it less awful. Yeah, there's a lot of this just looks nasty down here. Those are my caps. So probably not causing my issue, but who knows? We can reflow this whole area here, honestly. Those transistors look mildly scuffed. Oh boy. Okay. Did I reflow you yet? Because you could be reflowed. Okay. We can reflow these surface mount caps here. All the big boys, at least. Seems like a big boy problem, so I don't think it's going to be any of the like really small components. Reflow this because it looks ugly. And also sort out why I'm not getting a ground from that one capacitor on the one side of the board. was that one again? It was over here. I don't have my ground bleed of choice here, so I'll have to improvise on something. Ear ground. That. How did you think that was going to turn out, Dusty? Okay. Ear ground. Come on, hook to something. There we go. You're gonna be ground. You're gonna be good ground, right? Good ground. Good ground. Oh yeah. Okay. So. That was that guy there. No ground there. We're gonna try reflowing it and see what happens. Not the perfect iron for reflowing SMD work, but the iron we have in our hands, so. But that via isn't even. I don't think it's the capacitor. It's just that one there. And that one there. Not getting anything on that one too. Check the underside. We could try reflowing stuff down here. It does kind of look a little ugly. Once again, there's some ickiness down here, so we can give it a try. See if that magically fixes that problem. The joys of troubleshooting things on a complicated board that you don't have the wherewithal. Oh my goodness. Anyway, why am I using solder? This is why they invented flux. Try not to burn through that IC or whatever that guy is. You can help it. That guy looks really rough. Close some good soldering to that. That was on that register. Well, I suppose we can look to see if that solved my ground issue. Still have ground, you still have ground. Still do not have ground. Why do you not have ground? And you don't have ground either. I'm gonna try reflowing that. Looks like bogus. So I can control that better. Still nothing on that guy. Oh, I think I just reflowed those, which isn't going to do much, considering, you know. I'm not getting anything on this capacitor at all. Any attachment to ground. Or this one. Or this one. Really, this whole end of the board is just... Oh. That's about how these things go. That's fine. This capacitor I don't have any around T2. I mean, what I can do is the old nearest neighbor test. The nearest neighbor test hasn't been done in years, he says. No. I'll try to reflow these guys first. I don't have anything on there. Okay. So the plan will be, I need something with ground connection and something without ground connection. This guy and this guy might do the trick. I need a wire doing some unconventional troubleshooting methods here, but this could hopefully help us find our fault on why some of these aren't connected to ground. You're just not going to melt solder now? That. Do that. Maybe. There's enough there to do that too. I'll just put it on one of these resistors that don't have a ground connection, right? Capacitors, excuse me. But those ones, it's difficult to see which one's the sorry for certain. Oh boy. Well, we can do this and then hopefully could do the old solder every one of these last things again and see what we get. So it's difficult to get a real connection here. Yeah. Yeah, the difficult thing is I took all the solder off of that. So we're probably going to need to just put more solder on that to do this little test here, this little experiment, okay? Basically what I'm doing, for those of you just entering into the show now, I am that is definitely soldered in. Yeah. I'm not even going to be able to get to that guy. You were also faulty. Right. No good ground there. So what we can do is we can... it's too short. Too short for that. Okay. So what I'll probably go ahead and do is I'm just going to reflow everything here. Just everything. Everything around here, because something is not connected. Oh boy. Is this resistor my problem? There we go. Right back into place there. Okay, so I should... Huh? No. It has lied to me. It's annoying. So that capacitor definitely has a ground connection, and then there's so many V's on this board. It's a nightmare. This one doesn't have anything, and I didn't reflow it. It could either be a faulty ceramic capacitor, and this is just why I don't have a ground over here. I could be hunting ghosts, essentially, but I should have ground. These capacitors, stream is pretty unwatchable. Dang it. Yeah, I apologize. It's my ISP. I think they are really just... trying to figure out if there's anything I can do to help alleviate a little bit. Maybe bump things down to 720p and hope for the best. Settings. See if I can handle 720p. Output or video. Oh, it won't let me. Yeah, video output is. It's getting better. Okay, Yeah, it kind of comes in waves, unfortunately. So just kind of have to write out the stormy parts for now until, I don't know, spring. Maybe I could check these like massive red flags right here. Make sure these don't have... Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. I might get my other multimeter out. It doesn't continuity false as much. Well, now this is... Yeah, it's something over here on one side of the board or the other, but I don't know what. Something probably in between here. Yeah, we can reflow some of that garbage in that IC and see what happens. Just kind of all around this area here, honestly. Because, yeah, now we're just kind of, once again, hunting for ghosts, because I don't have, A, board schematics, or B, like full board schematics, or B, honestly, the knowledge of exactly the common faults that I should be looking for to basically figure out why I have no ground here. I mean, it could be this one of these guys down here too. Try to do this in a way that I don't cut through any of these chips. Oh. That looks a little dicey, doesn't it? That doesn't look correct. That's weird because that should be a short to ground, not... I think that's power shorting into power. Okay, try cleaning this up a little bit. I don't know, is that supposed to conduct like that? Yes, it is. It's supposed to be a big boy on the bottom. I'm not actually sure what this part is, but we're going to put it back. It's not bothering us any. We are probably going to put some better solder on there, though. Because if we can just knock it off by looking at it wrong, it's probably problematic. Oh, jeez. Try not to... If we can try not to melt the bottom of ICs, that would be great. Where did I put it? There it is. pinned in. A little bit more solder. That guy should be fine now. For the most part. Yep, she's in. Okay, let's see, what else do we have down here? Dang it, I don't know, all these little guys down here. You can just try reflowing them. Because, I mean, honestly, a cold solder joint could be the cause of our problems somewhere along the line here. So, I guess, I mean, that sounds reasonable, how we're hardly getting any audio. But honestly, because I think the faults happened at 2 separate times, I think I might have 2 separate faults causing each of these issues. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get that, the bottom of that one. No. We were able to. Fortunately, these don't have a lot of thermal mass, so you can just tap them and they're good. Just like that. I do have to say, if anything, it is nice that, I mean, it is nice to have, you know, just everything get a little bit shinier, right? All these dull, decrepit solder joints. Just all nice and shined up. I think we just have these ones. Then we'll go ahead and re-solder these ICs here. Whatever solder they use is rough, and I mean the fact that it's been soaked in electrolyte for the last 30 years probably doesn't help. But okay, so these guys are all resoldered. We can see if that changed my ground situation at all here. So, beep, beep, beep. So very momentary beeps. That's so bizarre. Still, like it could be all the way up this board because the capacitor up there, nothing. Could be something down there. That kind of looks a little rough. Yeah, basically, I know this part's kind of boring, but that is troubleshooting. Just going through and everything that could be a problem, tidying it up until you decide, hey, we need to try it out now. I don't think I've done anything underneath else. Those ones I just did. These ones are trimmed down. There's really not much else. We can get some of these. And I'm just reading password over here. Good. I think it's plastic. I don't know what it was. I should probably clean the plastic, shouldn't I? You know, do the sensible thing and put normal plastic on there after you're saying, ooh, that looks like plastic. Yeah, just the lights of that LED. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, we can see if that sorted out my audio problem. I don't think it would have. We refloat a lot of junk, so it's good to sometimes just take the win if it's there. It's probably not, again, but it doesn't hurt to just throw this board on the console and pop the power in, video in, controller in, and U-card in. Pretty much exact same situation. Have hardly any sound. I'm guessing, guys, what I might have to go ahead and do is just buy more of those op amps and then just change them all out. You know, I mean, I can see if I'm getting the voltage on my right. Feel that. Seeing if something's just pushing power through. I am getting 4.78 volts. From ground to my cathode there. Or my diode. No, my cathode. My brain's just not working. My cathode. What the heck? That's not right. Of course. Right? How about you? Yeah, I have power going through ground into these for some reason. She might see like little blips of something residual, but that's not right. It's not right at all. There's something weird going on there. Okay. That was worthwhile. We have power. We don't have continuity between these, or between any of these big capacitors, do we? I mean, I'm guessing what we could probably do is take them off and see if the problem persists. Probably couldn't hurt. Don't you just love undoing the work that you painstakingly did a little bit ago? And that and these are like a real pain to take off. I don't know if I should do this with the board in here, and I probably shouldn't do it with the power plug then. I can do it like this. And we're going to use the little iron. These. Just pull them up and go one by one, least suspicious, or most suspicious to least suspicious, and see what comes of it, I guess. Yeah, pencil tip. Put in some flux. weird speck there. That one don't want to come out. Well, at least tugging on it, it doesn't want to come up on one side. I suppose we could test values on these caps. We want, how do I get test leads on this thing? That's a good question. Very good question. How do I get test leads on that? I think I bodged this a little bit. All right. Pop these in here. And pop these leads on here. Not quite. Yeah, they're too big. I mean, in circuit, it's difficult to get a super accurate read, but particularly when you gotta do this kind of thing. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I might just take these off of hot air, honestly. That's probably going to be the safest way to do this. Sucks, but we'll go one by one. Take them off with hot air. We'll start by putting some Kapton tape down on these and hope that we don't melt them. That should hopefully protect that. About a little bit more airflow than that. It's not getting me anywhere. It just doesn't want to come off. Okay. Maybe it refloated a little bit. I don't know. I'm not trying to deform these. I'm putting any more heat on than I need to. Come on. There we go. All right. Go. Okay, so that guy's reflowed. I think we just reflow them and check. And we might be able to get some capacitance readings on that now if we're a damaged part. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to get that going. That's annoying. Well, we can at least do our continuity testing. See if that helped flow something. That's probably what was looking to be the case. Well, no, that doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know what makes sense anymore. We're gonna try this out again. If not, we might just have to do a ground bodge and see if that gets us any more functionality. I would think it has to have something to do with amplification, but We'll check on the CD side of things. See if it happened to clear up the CD audio. That would be a good win. I mean, I would take that win today. It's like, well, you know, at least we got a little bit of our audio and we got CD audio. That would be like, yeah, I'm okay with this. Oh yeah, this isn't gonna have to, then this will sucker down. This still have its gap up there. That seems solid. There we go. That's perfect. I was honestly kind of expecting this to be a op amp issue. Pretty cut and dry, so. The fact it isn't is kind of disheartening. A little bit. Well, at least all those connectors still work. Okay, we need you, RAM, more or less proper. Prefer you to be, not flop around. This. Because I don't want to just chase ghosts forever, you know what I mean? It'd probably be wise to go with the most likely solution, which is replace all my op amps. Lords of Thunder going. See how much audio I have on, because all the sound effects come through. It's just the actual game audio doesn't work. Complaining about the disc not being set. What in the heck is it doing? Spinning. And nothing. Alright, the Pearl Jam test. Oh my goodness. Well, that's annoying. Am I missing something? Oh, I think I am missing something. No, I'm not. I'm not missing what I thought I was missing. Okay, is in all the way. This wire should be free. That should be grounded. Please tell me I didn't cook that capacitor. Receiving me. I don't think that's gonna be it. I don't have a disc in there. I don't have a disc in there. Probably help to have a disc in there. Same preset disc. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Is there anything else I'm missing here? Anything else obvious that it's just like, hey, you doofus, fix that and it'll work. I don't know, man. I just don't know. It's solid. This is put in there well. Is there a way of getting out like the cap on this? I don't know if there is a good way of doing that. It looks like it comes out. Just so I don't have to keep fiddling around with this. Solder joints on that look good. Make sure these are all seated properly. Laser light there, which is weird. Come on, get. Maybe it needs to be on a level surface. I'm telling you, these systems are. Yes, they are. Come on. It spins. Please set disk. so frustrating. It's always good when something, works before the stream and doesn't, as it goes. It's frustrating. Everything's plugged into the correct spots correctly. Come on. Okay. Where are we at so far outside of no audio? Well, we went from no audio to very little audio, and the disk drive is now not working again. But in a different way. Are you serious? Why will these not come out? Oh my goodness. This thing is cursed. Ugh. Never had issues removing these before. Ugh. Okay, multimeter. And continuity. This one I'm guessing still. It's just blipping ground sometimes when it feels like it. And I think yeah. What nice these are now. Step forward and 2 steps back. That's what these monsters do to it. Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous. Play with their emotions. Yeah. I mean, I could always try replacing that capacitor. That? It's not bridged, is it? We'll find out. I probably should have checked for continuity between them first, so I would know if they were bridged or not, but that could potentially cause something to not work. Other than that, I am not seeing anything obvious. Oh, okay. Well, it is possible that I replace that capacitor and see if that solves my issue. But we will try this part first. So move the board ground here. Come on. There we go. Board ground. Get her on there nice and good. Clean the laser as well. Who knows, maybe something got on it. That is pretty far in on the worm gear too. We could try bringing it out a little bit. Seeing if it wants to reseat somehow. I don't know, sort of grasping at straws here, but I mean, what else am I gonna do, right? Well, can't even kill a gnat. Why my like 10-degree basement has gnats is beyond me, but I don't have solder running through there. Okay. We go on the Turbo Duo. Pearl Jam. The old Pearl Jam test gets them every time. Hold it closed. Then we get nothing. Maybe switch to pathology. TurboGrafx 16 side works, doesn't it? Yes. We had already established that earlier. I mean, there's always the option of reflowing everything. Everything I touch gets a free complimentary reflow. Because yeah, that's, I mean, like, I'm running out of options here. Yes. Well, you know. Well, they came out easier this time. Oh, that one did. That one did, I guess, in a way. Yeah, we're just gonna gun it. Quick reflow job. Everything gets reflowed. Everything from the top. Make these chips good and perfect, I guess. Probably something around the CD neck of the woods. One would believe, or one would figure. Come on. mean, at the very least, the board looks better than the day it was brand new. That's other than that doesn't count for a ton. I at least did those chips. We can hope that maybe helped with something. Let's take a close look at it. That doesn't look quite right. This guy that came off earlier. Digging around. This leg is still up against the ground, so I don't think you feel good. We can give that a try. Hope for the best. Because, I mean, it's not that I'm losing my patience or anything with this thing. It's just that, I mean, like, I wasn't losing my patience with the troubleshooting audio. I lose my patience with, you know, it just decides to not work when it worked earlier. Okay. Well, that feels fine. I suppose we need to patch it around here. This guy's attached, that guy's attached. You all are attached. Plug everything in again. Dang. I always try ease. Grab my totally legit copy of ease and see what happens. Come on. Yep, it's something between the, might be a thing where I have to replace that capacitor there, because that looks like it's part of the CD circuitry, and trying to remove it, I may have broke it. Two there. I might just doesn't look great. That would definitely be CD circuitry, I would assume. That's not showing against anything. Those all look good. That I replaced a hot minute ago. These all should be good. Jeez, what? I mean, the pots around, or the solder around the pots looks really hideous. We could always try and clean it up. Sort of grasping at straws here, but once again, what else is there to do at this point? Give it a try. I do get a little laser there, so I mean, I know there is power going to laser from what it looks like. Makes all the same exact noises. Oh. Doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the assembly. Ground wire looks okay. All these wires look okay. This is ridiculous. I mean, we can always try removing that cap and see if it exhibits the same behavior. So that's what I will do in terms of troubleshooting next, because like I'm kind of running out of. He just jiggled out a little bit. It's fine. Okay, I'm running out of good options. Well, I ran out of good options, you know, well before the disk drive stopped working. Okay. Yeah, I think what we do is we take this board out. It shouldn't short to anything. All should be fine. And then we go ahead and we try taking out this cap. And we probably do it with the hot tweezers. Because it's small enough we can get around it and hopefully just yank it right off without blowing it up. With any luck, anyway. Plenty of flux and maybe a little bit of luck. Hopefully that will do it. I should probably just... I don't know how I'm going to be doing on zooming right now, and you know... this is ridiculous. Okay. So now that it's off, we can test it. Make sure it reads somewhat close to what it's supposed to. Where's my LCR tester? Did I put it in there? Yes. Did that lead have to fall out? No, but it did anyway. That's the wrong lead. That's the right lead. Well, probably not the right lead, but it's the lead I have, so. Stick these guys in here. Tighten them on. And let's see, you are 3.3 ohm or microfarad. Oh geez, I'm gonna lose this thing doing this. We can just get it around the leg. That would be great. Little tiny leg there. Little tiny near non-existent leg because they just gotta have a little bit of challenge, right? Okay, and then we can just touch that with this. Hopefully, I don't know how that's gonna. No. Are my other test probes thin enough for this? I'm gonna need to find like thinner test probes or something. Granted, I'd rather not have all that distance between the meter and... No, these test probes are thicker. Okay. They really do try to make this impossible for like surface mount junk. You can get ones that I think have surface mount pads on them, but we can give this a try. Come on. The button. I don't know if it's going to say unknown or damaged part because of the whole fact that I cannot get leads on there, or if it's just an unknown or damaged part. I think I'm touching it. I mean, I might have a 3.3 ohm or 3.3 microfarad capacitor here. I can just pop in there and see what happens. Okay. You should be able to test the component to make sure it is outputting correctly. What do we got? $3,378 nanofarad. That's good enough for me. Okay. And honestly, we're just gonna trim these guys down. We got anode and cathode go like that. We do the old clip and foot trick. We clip first, then we foot. And you, look at that, pretty much perfect. I almost look like I'm good at it. Okay. As I like trip over my soldering iron. Okay. God, for some of these, through holes are just easier. Okay, so we got a 3.3 microfarad. It is facing in the right direction. Cathode in the back, anode in the front. And it says specifically 3.3 microfarad, suitable up to 50 volts. So who knows if the ESR is going to be good enough, but I figure this way, at least if anything, we might see a result from this. That's desirable. We will find out. Probably could have taken it out to see if it exhibited the same behavior with it out, but it's typically an open capacitor would, but forgot how to put one of these together. Did put everything back together right now. You're good, you're good, you're good, you're good. You are all good, you are not good. Yeah, that wouldn't work particularly well. Okay. Dang. Heck. Is it gonna blow up? Seems almost like it's a little shaky the way it's in. That did not change the behavior at all. Dang it. Well, yeah, it probably would help if that was on. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure it is not on for a moment and see if that changes the behavior at all. Because then we'll know if we're barking up the wrong tree or not. If it doesn't spin the disk drive at all, then dang it! The thing has to turn itself off constantly. Just get on here. That is spinning over there. Yeah, exact same behavior. Did not change even slightly. I'm sure there's either A, something really stupid I'm missing, or B, really something stupid I did at some point. Okay, so we're going to try reconnecting it. Put it back exactly the way I did it before, but ideally, that doesn't back off the board. And that's break the connector. Let me just do that for now. Connected. This is like turn itself on. It's not creepy at all. Keeps doing that. I swear, this thing is haunted. My basement is haunted. We're just like having a little family reunion kind of thing going on. We should probably put a disc in there first. Exact same behavior. Guys, I don't know what I did to screw this up. We could change the laser pot, maybe. That makes us feel better. Everything looks soldered the way it's supposed to be. This looks like it's clearing as good as it ever has, which isn't very good, but it's as good as it ever has. We can reflow around all of this CD circuitry and just, you know, hope that that might do something for us. Let's get it back up, I think. No, it's plugged in the other iron, right? We gotta switch them out. It is not reading. It is spinning, but it is not reading. Oh. Which is kind of a crazy issue to be having, considering, you know, all I've done is just, you know, reflow everything. Just bridge those. Yes, it was reading before. It was reading since the beginning of the stream. Pretty much just went through, reflowed a couple things, and, well, reflowed a lot of the back of the board. And because I was missing ground, and on a lot of these caps. Okay. I guess I reflow just everything on the back of the board. Because I am out of options. I have no idea what could be causing this. Okay. So yeah, basically, this is the space I reflowed. And I suppose we redo everything. Where's R137? Is R137 supposed to be populated? I might have have to look that up. There isn't like a lot of blanks on these boards, so there is a good chance we are down a resistor, particularly because of its location. Use the Google machine. The bottom of the motherboard, please. Why do you only have a picture of the top of the motherboard? I mean, don't get me wrong, I appreciate it, but... Let me just open the image in a new tab. Of course, Reddit has to do its freaking Reddit thing and Reddit all over the place. Alright, we're missing 137, which is on like the way set. 137 looks... might be populated on this board? I don't know, the pictures. Jeez, it's almost like, you know, people aren't taking these pictures just for my amusement. Tab. Yeah, that cuts off right where I need it. Maybe. Once again, that one's cut off. Check console 5, maybe. I'll need to know what it is anyway, if it is yet. Because I doubt it'll turn up. I mean, I can search to make sure it didn't fly somewhere else on the board or on the bench. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's supposed to be a resistor there. I mean, maybe I'd have to play back my video and find out. Or somebody else's video as well, that's an option. But that's seeming like the most likely option because everything here looks perfect. Like, I don't even see anything even kind of off. Other than one missing resistor, and it'd be the only one that I see that is labeled and not populated on the entire board. Because, I mean, there's slots. Oh, actually there are some over here. Right there. There are. So there's a good chance that it's not supposed to be populated. Might just come down to reflowing every tiny little bit and checking continuity between the front and back of every one of these. Just bending chips all willy-nilly. Yeah, it's designed to do that, as weird as that might sound. It's got this big old thing on the back. Very thick legs, so should generally be fine. So yeah, I suppose we test every cap to make sure it's not shorting. I'm not liking you right now, multimeter. You're being annoying. Just giving me little blips for no reason. Second multimeter. You always need a second multimeter because if your first multimeter breaks, then you need another multimeter to diagnose your multimeter. This one does pretty consistent length beeps if there's no actual continuity. Yeah, multiple multimeters. Okay. Reflow everything it is, I guess. Because yeah, I can't think of anything else that it could possibly be. Other than just something. What is reflowing? Just heating up the solder? Yes. Pretty much just heating up the solder and making it flow again. Just to make sure all of the joints are essentially connected to each other. Or like the components are connected to the pads. Extremely highly doubtful I lost resistor, now that I think about it. Like I've been very vigilant in doing these reflows because I don't like having to go back and recorrect them, so. in the second. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It very much is. And I reflowed all those guys already. This guy really should go down better. Big. That's good. The other concerning thing is that's the only part that came off by reflow, so. Suppose the other option is I can check for this chip to see if any of these joints went cold. So go ahead and requal it for you, because I have had to turn it over a couple times. So. Solder must flow, yes. Unfortunately. I'd rather not have to, flow so much. But, not much you can do. Probably be a little more consistent if I didn't. Touch everything together. Okay. We basically reflowed everything on the bottom. Reflowed most of the stuff on the top a bit ago. There's nothing ground, maybe what's happening, that one. But that was consistent before I reflowed everything, so that's why I reflowed everything. This capacitor also doesn't. Anything on these ones. I might try reflowing all these as well, because I don't know if I did these ones yet at all. So. Hey, might as well. It's not like it's going to get broker again. That and this Sony chip looks CD-ish. Like it might know a thing or two about compact discs, could refill the chip too. Okay. That's what we try next. And all this moving, it could have probably thrown the laser out of whack as well, so it could just need calibrated, or I might have just done the laser in or something like that. I don't know. You know, there's a lot of things that can cause these problems, I've found. Really, it's just turbo duos are horrible. Highly not recommended. Like, whatever the opposite of recommending a turbo duo is, I eat that, you know. Oh, we want to take our Kapton tape and pop her in between there. We can just have it loose in there for the moment. We'll trust it to stay where it needs to be. Okay. That should be on. That should be on. This needs to be soldered on for the 17th time today. Okay, it's on good. There's a little hiding place now. What do you recommend instead? Yeah, either the R or the RX. They're the same hardware-wise. The only difference is the RX came with a 6-button controller, and I think the RX was the black one, if I remember correctly. But yeah, either the R or the RX. They have significantly less capacitor problems. They still have all the other fun problems that you get when all the little fun things about owning a turbo duo, but they have less capacitor problems. So at least there's that. I mean, at least it turns on. But I forgot I need to have the cover on. Okay. Okay. You need to be not locked. You need to stop turning on without me telling you to. Darn ghost turbo duo. Okay. Let me hold all this down. What the heck is it doing? What's it doing? The laser's just freaking out. It is not happy. And the drive isn't spinning. Oh. Why is the drive not spinning? Tension on or something? Yeah, now the laser's just freaking out and it's not spinning. Once again, I'm not doing anything to this thing that should cause these kinds of issues. Oh, well, it would probably help if I properly seated in the cable. Yeah, you know, it's you know, You know, it can help to actually have it plugged in. Sometimes. Oddly, it wasn't plugged in, and now it's acting the exact same way. It's not spinning now. Why is the motor not spinning? What reason does the motor have to not be spinning? Did I knock something out of... That's that. That wouldn't cause the motor to not spin. Nothing there would cause the motor to not spin. Why are you not spinning? Just throw this on here and make sure this is not in the way. I suppose having this in the way is not ideal. I don't know if there's a good way of doing this. The laser seems really confused. Maybe it needs to just kind of go back a little bit. See if that'll help. Nope, it just goes back and... Oh, there it goes. A little bit of back charge will do it sometimes. And the disc isn't set, so it would definitely not work. That shouldn't have worked, but it did, so we're not gonna question it. I'm not one to look gift horses in the mouth. So. I like gift horses. Other than when somebody ends up just giving you a horse. Yeah, that's bad. You don't want somebody to give you a horse. That's not good. Because I mean, like, where are you gonna put your horse? You know what I mean? Okay, now it has the same issue, but it also doesn't want to spin by itself. Oh. The laser is constantly on. That is weird. Generally, it wouldn't be on unless you're trying to read, but maybe that's a Turbo Duo thing. I don't know. Maybe it's just how this is seated. I do have it lying on a bunch of stuff, so that probably doesn't help matters. Now it is spinning itself up, but we are encountering the exact same problems, so that's fun. Well, let's just say it might be a laser issue. Oh, I forgot. The disc was still in there. So, let's grab something to fiddle with the pot. I can't remember which pot we have to fiddle with. BR102. We can try fiddling around with BR102 a little bit. Do we have a good... Maybe the recapping greased the cover of the laser and burned it out. I mean, you know, it could be possible. I do see laser, though, at least, so like I see a little bit of laser sign. I mean, that's definitely a possibility. But I am going to try to adjust the potentiometer a bit and break my controller if I can while I'm at it. Poor thing. Okay. VR102. So we're going to try. So it's currently right there, and I'm going to take a picture of it being right there as well. Macro, please. But we are just going to twist it slightly. Maybe even like that. A couple degrees. And then if we have it work, then we just back it off until it doesn't work anymore. I think usually that's how these simplistic CD drives like to do things. Come on. I think this thing just hates me. I think that's the problem. I think it just breaks itself. Okay, she's spinning up. Just a moment. Strum button, please set disk. That's not it. That's not the secret sauce at the very least. It would be like a million times easier if I could figure out how to get the disk set around here. I don't know how they have it in. I don't know how they did it. They mold the plastic around it. That's a possibility. Yeah, nothing I turn is getting it loose. Okay. Try. Okay. A hair. Push her back a hair. See what happens. maybe that was too much. All these caps were. So yeah, my honest answer for the best way to play Turbo Duo games is the dark arts of emulation. That's how I do it at this point. Okay, we'll try to a little further. Push the envelope a little bit. Try not to burn it out, but we still have lasers creating line. So that's good. 0, 2. It's almost a half tilt on it. So if it's laser, it's probably what's causing it. And we will try a commercially wrote disc as well. Maybe that'll help. Laser testing. Okay, the behavior's different now. Maybe that's turning it down. Because I kind of just thought about reading it for a moment, and I was like, I'm not gonna do that today. I got like things to do. So maybe we kick it the other direction. Maybe I could measure. Maybe I could, not be such a Neanderthal and measure the impedance of it. Why do you have no impedance? That's bizarre. That's 16.60 right now. This one's 9.29, 9.30. So if I go that way, it goes from 9.30 to 8.31. So if we send her a little bit, well, I also probably should have measured it beforehand to like 10.2. Oh yeah, so impedance would be... Oh, my brain just worked backwards. Higher impedance would mean that, you know, there's less connection. So yeah, it is lefty turn up the jams, righty turn down the jams, isn't it? We'll go like that, and we'll be at something like... Sorry, I just forgot the basics of electronics there for a moment. Okay, now we're at 5.51. That's pretty heavy difference. Probably don't need that. Try that. 8.17. Yeah, it's a little touchy. 0.17. We can go like 7-ish. Probably be. That might be where we started. I don't know. I should have checked before I... Let me do some research on what people would say might be the range of laser impedance. I'm just reading. Okay, so VR102 is, if you turn it and the CD starts to spin, then you know you have found the one end of adjustment. Keep turning it until the CD stops again. Okay, so that's what we want to do, and that was probably one of our issues why we... It could have just been... I mean, this is a good sign for sure that we'll go up there. Alright. Yeah, this isn't the laser, this is the motor that spins the drive to start out with. We're learning in real time. Oh boy. Okay, Pearl Jam. Let's go. Please. Oh, come on. Why do I have to make that a habit? Anyway, okay, so it's spinning pretty good there. It decided to spin of its own fruition. We do still have a set disk error. Okay, so we can go back probably a little bit further. We want to go back until it just decides, hey, I'm going to spin the disk. But yeah, this is a really good sign because when I reflowed those joints, that completely changed the value of these, I'm sure. Right? So now it might have changed them for the better, might have changed them for the burn out my laser. So worse, but We'll find out. It's already on. My brain doesn't work sometimes. I decided to spin it. We might just give it a slight tilt to the other direction and then go from there. So yeah, we're going to give it a slight tilt this way. So almost up and down there. Okay. V104 seems to be similar. And there's a certain range in which the CD will spin. Try to find this. Attempting to read. Your pot seems to be a small range that works for proper CD playback. Typically seems to be in the 0 to 45 degree range, with zeros being horizontal. VR101. So VR101 is U, and basically the far point is scratchy. It was kind of scratchy. We're gonna give it a quick tilt. Well, actually, we're gonna give it a reverse tilt. Try to tilt it as far as we had it back prior. And we are going to do the smart thing. You're going to read what it reads initially, which is 7.11 ohm. This will take it to a little bit more resistant. Yes. Okay, so it is laid out the same as the other one. .75. We'll give that a try because it's not super scratchy, but you can definitely tell it's like you can hear it trying. That and that one time when it like freaked out because the disc wasn't spinning. But we fixed our disc spin error, so we're breaking things and fixing them, you know. What can you do? Okay. That's fairly quiet. That's actually really quiet. I like that. We're in the right place, I think, for that. Okay. And then there's the error correction laser. Okay, so that one we're looking for laser noise. So we need to know if it sounds loud, right? So is the laser loud? It's humming away. Okay, so VR105 then is the speed, which it looks like it's coming away, so whatever the heck that's supposed to mean. So VR105, we're probably going to increase our impedance on it a little bit. See, that one was like almost up and down, I think, so. Mix it a bit more. I mean, in theory, I don't see, like, it's definitely working better than, well, it's sounding better than it did before. You can try and bring this one up and see what it decides to do. And we might go ahead and just throw that other capacitor in there too, because that's clearly not helping. Or hurting, honestly. I don't think it's hurting either. Oh, come on. Come on, you. You're you. And we're going to just go ahead and... I woke you up. Why didn't you wake up? That way. Tweezers. Come on. This one is screwy. It's a screwy cap. See if it prefers that one. I don't know. All I know is my back's hurting and I'm getting kind of miserable with this, so. It's kind of irksome, honestly. Might be time to PC engine shot. No, it's not spinning at all. It's not trying to spin. Did I plug everything in? I probably didn't. How much do you want to bet I just... I probably should. Considering, you know, I straight up just forgot to plug in the CD drive. I mean, it's not a huge deal. I was kind of thinking about getting PC Engine Duo as well anyway, but it's just desperate poking around. I mean, yeah. I mean, the potentiometers was a good idea. So, I mean, like, I don't mind trying stuff as long as I have a good plan. That, and honestly, it sounds a little bit better now at this point, so at least there is that. Yeah, she is still doing the exact same thing. Exact same thing. I just want to take one more look and see if I get this thing completely crazy. That could be the case, but like honestly, I've had difficulty with this thing, and I guess the like the way it sits in the case. So like I'm pushing it down, and that has always worked for it. But I mean, it could be something along those lines. It'd be nice if my soldering iron would, you know, wake up like it's supposed to. Pop some flex on there and reflow that. Does it just look ugly? Turbo card to play for this. Nope. The Turbo Duo does not. It already has the System Card 3 built in. What am I missing? Soldering on it, so each chip is hideous, but I haven't touched it. trying to think of any like stupid thing that's like, well, oh yeah, there's that. Something like an N64 expansion pack in here. I know I probably should leave it. I have enough energy to still look at it. Like, I mean, I'm not... Like, the only way I'm going to come up with the plan of attack, at least the way I think about things, is like just staring at the board and looking at every possible trace to see, okay, what could possibly be awry. That ship all looks fine. Let's under it. It all hasn't been touched. All this soldering looks good. It isn't bridged, is it? Nothing down here seems bridged. R137, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be empty. That guy still just does not look right. Maybe it's not making contact on one of the legs that it's supposed to. Or maybe it's bridging somewhere it's not supposed to. I might try taking that off. Because, yeah, I mean, I just... either way, it doesn't look right. So, it needs to be done anyway. Definitely try not to make any decisions that are too ridiculous or rash, for sure. Because I would really like to get this thing working, but, you know, part of that. Maybe, well, honestly, I might grab a fully functional Turbo Duo, or a regular PC Engine Duo, and just go and, oh yeah, I dropped my fusions on the floor. Do a full recap on it, and then I don't have to worry about everything not working, right? So I can still get one, you know, for a fair price, and then come on, you can do it. Try not to melt that Sony chip, ideally. There you go. You got a lot of solder down there. So you're probably not sitting right. Where is my wick? Where did I put my wick? Oh, there it is. Behind the multimeter, of course. Always the last place you look. Alright, where do you live again? Right here. Because, yeah, that just is rough. Probably be a good idea to, you know, zoom in on it. Oh, there was something conductive right there. What are you? Like a component leg or something that fell off of something. Yeah, that could cause a problem. Okay. That looks alright now. So we can go ahead and reflow like a small part of it and then put her back on. It's definitely, at the very least, this will get the board looking perfect, so I know it's like, okay, well, it's either a laser or something on the board's screwed up, or the board itself is screwed up, like, you know, I'll have kind of a idea of what I'm thinking about. So I want to exhaust any possible, like, oh, what if it's that, which is fairly... Don't you have 3 legs? Not anymore. Oh my goodness. Why do you not have your other leg? Oh, that's what fell off. Try to melt that onto the bottom there. But I don't know if that's going to work. What is a BAOH? Or a BAOH. I'm not sure if this is going to bodge into place. It might have been the culprit. There's a way of salvaging this if that leg is fully gone. Yeah, we got to find out what a BAOH is, because that might be it. It didn't look right, and it was probably bridging or probably not connecting or something. Maybe 0H. Try always searching Mauser. Where did I put the guy? Oh, he's still on the board. Because I might have to do some kind of bodge, but because I don't know what you are. You're BA0H, because it has the line through it. I'm going to stand up for a moment. Try to put my spine back into alignment. Let me try eBay first. BA0H. That gets me car parts. So, try Mauser. BA0H. All I have is supercapacitors and ultracapacitors, which don't look anything like it. What are you? Maybe try BA0H Turbo Duo. In parentheses BA0H, because I guess putting it in the front of the search term is not enough for Google to know that I need it to be there. I'm not finding anything. I could always try BAOH in Mauser. Mauser. BAOH. If their search bar would work properly. BA. A, please. A. O. H. No result for BAOH. Okay. So it's a weird part. That's not good. That's frustrating. Okay, so what do we want to do about that? Maybe try and just flow it onto there. Just try and flow it right onto there. We'll use the small iron. And then just see how much flux we can put on it. There's a little bit of metal on the bottom. Oh. There was a little bit of metal on the bottom. Now I don't see any metal on it at all whatsoever. It's like it completely disappeared off of there. It's BA0H. That's all it's labeled as on there. Any more on this board? I think that's the only one that is that. Ugh. This is so frustrating. Digikey. Maybe. Come on, Digikey. Maybe pull through for me. A0H. What is up with these search bars missing like half the letters I type in? It's finding these supercapacitors, but not what I'm looking for here, which I highly doubt is a supercapacitor. Oh. Turbo duo words kinematic. Just capacitors. Everything is capacitors. Well, we won't have that bridge there. I'm thinking we just pop her on there and hope that that leg is not important, because it doesn't look like it goes like too many places. For all I know, it could be around. That's probably around. Is that not a ground? Oh, this seems to be grounds. Where is my nearest? You guys look like ground points, right? What? Why are you not grounds? You're huge. Um. I just left that right there just to go away. Never come back. None of these are grounds or negative. And it's registering. I mean, we can give it a shot. At least it's one of those things where we know it won't be bridging anymore. In theory. Let's focus on this area here. Thing back down. I already have been bending it down and I reassemble it. This like massive bulbous solder going under it to bridge it down there. Ah, why? Why can you not just do what you were supposed to do? Hey, we got there in the end. All it took is just a ridiculous amount of effort. Here. Down. There we go. Just reflow that and hope that it make a connection down there. For that. For that. Well, if anything, it looks a lot nicer now. Pain in the tickles. Yes. Yes, it is. Oh my goodness, it is. You go back down. I'm gonna grab a proper. Well, you stick still. There we go. Just to make sure that doesn't come into contact with anything on the bottom of the board. And then we might as well throw her together one last time tonight, because this is really all I can see that is wrong with it. Like, really, it probably takes a technician with more knowledge / schematics than I have to fix anything beyond that, and to even find that part, I guess. But what can we do? Hey, if they made it easy, then it's sitting as good as it can sit. It never has sat right ever since I first took it apart. It has been a pain. It's been ridiculous, a ridiculous pain. Come on, please. Don't do this to me. Rear ground plane. You have one job. There we go. Okay. Alright. You. Power supply. I mean, timeline for that guy makes sense too, with the whole that got knocked off when I initially did the recap. So it's at least worth a shot to try to put it together in its current state. But that could be very much my issue and why that is not working. Oh, you're already on, aren't you? I don't know why you're already on, but you're already on. Let's see. We got program then. Did I miss something during the installation, or is that a nominally good sign that that is the component? Because typically when you change something and something acts different, then you know, hey, maybe it is what I changed. Everything is plugged in. We can try changing the drive plot to have less impedance. Yeah, it isn't even spinning now. What we'll do is to test spinning. We don't need you. You, and you. Put you on there. And yeah, it's VR102 that does the spinning, isn't it? Okay, well, we want to decrease the impedance because it's not spinning at all. Still not going at all. Maybe try reseating the laser. It's not even trying to spin it. Like, at all. That might be a good sign, guys. Well, it might be a good sign, might be a terrible sign, depending on if we can get that part. What are we reading for impedance? All of them were fairly around the mid 7 ohm. You're now at 4. That's way too low. Now you're at 9. That's too high, I think. Now you're at 5. Now you're right about the secret sauce. It's not even trying to spin. Huh. Check and make sure these are all seated properly. Ground is on there, good. Both grounds are on there, good. Detach, attach, detach, attach. Yeah, look at that, no spin. That is at least a problem that it has. So we're on to something now, and we're kind of at a stopping point until I can find out what the heck that thing is. Or maybe if I can find one on a PlayStation or something. Oh. Well. Yeah, just like that. I don't think I'm missing anything. Make sure there's check all the other capacitors that have to do with board spin or the disk spin. What's that guide? There you go. So 2. And VR104 as well is one that governs spinning. So we're going to check VR104 to see where we're at for impedance. 14.97. That introduced something into the chain because it wasn't that high. I'm darn near sure. Well, I might not have adjusted that one. So we're going to bring it down a little bit. 8.7. That's a little bit more within the realm of reasonable. We're still not getting anything. A little bit more. And guys, all we changed since the last time testing was the the laser's not doing anything. The laser isn't doing anything. The laser is not doing anything. Well, it's going up and down, but it's not like doing anything. Guys, I think we might have found our problem. It's probably that component. The bad news is I have no idea where you find that component. I don't know what that component You know, I have an LCR meter, an LCR tester. We can see what it does. It could just be some specialized thing that does a couple things at once that we can bunch together. Obviously not tonight. We were just about done for tonight. Yeah. I mean, this is one of those situations where if I can get it working, great. If not, I like to have a duplicate anyway. So, like a, second fallback system for all of my consoles. So, that's probably going to be a Turbo Duo, or not a Turbo Duo, a PC Engine Duo. Because honestly, I like those two. So, and then we might just get a Turbo Duo and recap it and call it good. One that already works, ideally. Aside from, needing a recap. Because fortunately, they're less expensive than they were somehow when I got mine. So there you go, BA0H. Well, BA0H. How do we want to approach this? Probably by just removing it. Where are my tweezers? Always the first step in removing something is finding my tweezers. Those tweezers are gone, I guess. They have just disappeared. Never to be seen again. That's okay. That's why we have multiple tweezers. These ones look cool. We'll use them. They got a nice little shape to them. Okay. And we'll see if the board behaves differently with this gone then as well. Because if it behaves differently with it gone, then likely we found something that's to blame for something. Right? So we'll put that right there. And we're just going to have to research it. I might also post on the Retro Discord to see if anybody knows what it is. Let's trace back the circuitry too as well. Like, this is definitely on the CD circuitry. Yeah, so like I'm thinking this either will spin or won't spin when we put it back together. Y'all want to place your bets on if it either will spin or won't spin. One bet includes both. So, will it spin? Will it not spin? Will it kind of spin? Seems like a good bet proposition. Turns out it just blows up. That's why we can't have nice things. Come on. That's not good enough for my standards. Or, just quick test, I guess. That's close enough. Okay. It'll spin. I can feel it. Oh, I hope it spins. That confirms that we got something going on with that chip. Okay. It runs. No spin, though. I mean, it could be either way. Basically, that ground could have caused an issue. But, I mean, either way, eventually what I will probably do is, how much is a as-is turbo duo nowadays? Electronic pay. As-is turbo duo. How much do they actually sell? Not like all the ones that are like, oh yeah, I want $6,000 for mine. That, or I could always, get a PC Engine Duo too. That probably makes more sense. Just practically swap the entire board over, to be honest, other than, the as-is PC Engine Duo. And what is wrong with that? $139. I mean, how about just a PC Engine Duo? Oh, there's one with a recap and jailbar fix for, geez, gonna freaking do all the work for me. Yeah, it is recapped. $160 plus $32 shipping. There you go. I mean, it sort of counts if we just take the take the board out of this one, swap another board in there, and then boom, we fixed it. I'm gonna try not to do that, but yeah, I'm gonna try to figure out what the heck that part is. And then we're just gonna have to go from there with it, because I don't know, man. I'm sure it is, like, this is probably important. It goes to something. It's unique. There's only one of them. I have no idea what it is. It is a BA0H, or if you read it upside down, it kind of says ho at 8. If you flip the A upside down. I don't think it's that. I think it is BA0H. It's got to be something. BA0H. What is BA0H? Oh yeah, we have an LCR meter. So you I assume have conductivity or continuity. Continuity. It has continuity, guys. Yes. So what we need to do is we need to find my LCR tester, which I totally put somewhere. Yeah, right here. Good old LCR tester. Best friend money can buy. And then try to attach to this, and then figure out what the heck this is doing to this. Come on. We'll do it. Testing. It says it's an unknown or damaged part. Are you be sure about that. It's a diode. At least part of it's a diode. Already replaced the caps? Yes, the caps are replaced. But the audio and CD drive they are not working. So, yeah, so found well, the CD drive was working, and then it wasn't, after I tried reflowing things just to try to get rid of some nasty solder, and see if that might be the issue. And I found this little guy here, which is great and all that. It is a BA0H, and I have no idea what it is, but it's missing a leg. So, yeah. I don't know if there's another game console that would have one of those, because I tried searching, I cannot find what it is. My LCR meter said it was some kind of diode off the two legs, but I can't test the third leg, obviously, because of the whole it being gone thing. So, and it's like clean out of there. So, I don't think there's any way to bodge it together. Did you already look at the schematics? I could only find schematics for the capacitors. I couldn't find like full board schematics. That's kind of the difficult thing. Like the capacitors, there's a billion of them with all the different capacitor locations, values, all that fun stuff, but could not find anything with just essentially the all the other components. Let's see. That one's for audio. Oh, I'm gonna need that. Oh, that's helpful. Yeah, that would have been nice to have. I probably could have bypassed a lot of this trouble. The console 5 also CD test points. Let's see. ICs. Oh, it tells you everything. Oh, that's going to be massive help. I'm just going to get a picture of this so I know what it's saying it is. So if I have to find some kind of bodge replacement, then I can. But yeah, hopefully this says specifically what I'm looking for here. So we'll just completely get into this. That was a massive help. Thank you. Oh. I have no idea why I couldn't find that on their page. Like it's like it's right on the wiki. I don't know how I missed that. There you go. We can just not note my. Okay, it says it is. Where is it? Something 101. Something 101. I'm not sure what that letter is. Let's get some alcohol and try to investigate. Some alcohol would be really nice, but unfortunately it's just going to the board. Let's see. Oh, wow. Oh, that's crazy. Maybe it wasn't on the page that I had the link for. I don't know, but yeah, that is massive help. for sure. Where toothbrush? There we go. We're gonna try to go at it with the toothbrush and hope for the best. Looks like at least my bit rate is improving. What do we have here? That looks like a Q101. Q101. What are you? Q101. Control F. Q101. Doesn't return a result. Let me type it in that. 101. C101. VR101. VR101. And I see 101. Yeah, it's not, it doesn't say what that is. Just pretty much the ICs. Yeah. Yeah, it's... Where did I even put the thing? Oh yeah, it's still in my LCR tester. But I honestly couldn't say for sure. I'm not really well versed with SMD stuff. Kind of just learning that. Like small surface mount stuff. BA0H. Unless it's BAQH. Which would match the Q on the board. We can try typing that in and seeing if something comes back. BAQH. Turbo Duo. I did not mean Bash Turbo Duo. Try PC Engine Duo. It calls it Q101. So how many things have we broken? Just one. Hey Jakara, how you doing? It's good to see you. It's been a while. Yeah. Just my Turbo Duos. You know. Well, it was already broken before we just broke it worse. So somehow. Maybe something will come back if I search Q101 Turbo Duo. Q101 Turbo Duo. Because my next thought was maybe just, yeah, I'm glad you're not breaking anything expensive or rare. Yeah. Of course, you know, GameCube goes perfectly fine. N64, perfectly fine. My Retron 3, I go to fix it and there's nothing even wrong with it anymore. It just repaired itself other than the power button, which I just took the case off. And looks like Q is just a diode transistor. My LCR meter comes back as some kind of diode. When I go at the 2 pins that are still there, which one is a one long pin that goes all the way across the bottom, and then the other one is just, well, the middle pin is the one that goes all the way across the bottom, and then there's another 2 pins. But yeah. But yeah, this is pretty much what it returns me. If I can actually get it across the screen there. Well, once again, I can only test 2 legs of it, so I'm not sure if it does anything else other than just the diode part. I don't know, like, looking at kind of where the other leg goes, it seems to... Which one's broken again? It would be looking from this way, the right leg. So it goes here, and I lost it. There it is. Okay. So alert, please. Thank you. Looks like it goes along this trace to this resistor. Resistor 101 has a, I assume, diode 101. So maybe this is just a funky diode. I don't know. Found it in the schematic, but it literally says no markings. Oh boy. Page 8. Try pulling it up again here. Did I have it? There we go. But yeah, my next thought was to, since it looks like it shares some parts with the PS1, potentially just pulling it apart and let's see if we got full schematics. Go to page 8 and that guy there. Are you text-based? Please. Q. No. You're gonna make me look for it. Darn thing. Okay. All the way to the right. Did it put me on page 3? Why did it put me on page 3? 6, 7, 8. Oh, that makes way more sense. Q201. Oh, yep. Q101, no markings. Goes from R101, and then it'll be. It looks like it takes two things from. Well, yeah, goes 5 volt that way, out that leg, from L101. I'm not sure what that is, other than a diode. You know, it looks like a diode that just bridges almost like 2 diodes in one package or something like that. Which The thing is, I know what one of the diodes is. I don't know what the other one is then. Which should make it difficult. Unless I knew somebody with a Turbo Duo that had an LCR tester. But... but I don't have a second Turbo Duo. Unfortunately. But yeah, I think that might be an option, because I mean, from what it seems, it uses some, because I had assumed that's part of the optical disc, like I'm thinking that's got to be part of the optical disc, you know, chips, because we've got this big old Sony guy right here, and it looks to have stuff come in. Oh, actually, let's do the these interact with that chip? It looks like they might. So I was hoping this was part of the CD electronics. Back. Resistor. Called P2. P3. Where's P2? Oh, right there. Duh. P2, and it has 1, 2. It has 8 pins. So I would assume. Well, I don't know. Everything right next to it goes through a via, or goes through vias. So I would assume they might go to the ports on the other side of the console. Oh, yep. It's this port right here, so that connects to the CD drive. Specifically, the motor side of the CD drive, which is what quit working when it was removed. So that would make sense. That adds up. It had issues and didn't sound like it was spinning at the right speeds when I had it on, and it looked like it was it looked like the leg was split between both the central contact and the side contact, and just bridging. So that would make sense. That might be where my CD issues come from entirely, which I was kind of hoping, because you know, it's nice to be able to blame something, but I have no idea what it is. And I want to make sure to get a good picture of this. So I'm a member of a retro Discord that there are people that service these things all the time and might actually, you know, be like, oh yeah, I have like 25 donor boards for the Turbo Duo. Absolutely. You might just have to take a picture like that, maybe. just have to figure out what a suitable... Yeah, yep, that's half the battle. I tried looking that code up on pretty much every website I could find those types of parts on, and I didn't see anything. Once again, I was thinking like best case or best possible contemporaries would be that are cheap and that I could gut one of for its or at least are there any markings on the component itself? At least 3 turbo 2.0 ports under his sink in the bathroom. I unfortunately that's one of the places I keep all of my game cubes, so it's just a transistor. It says BA either 0 or QH. It looks like an O through a line with a line through it. So actually, it'd probably be smart. This is why they made microscopes. Actually, maybe just look at it through the microscope, and that might help determine what that is supposed to be. It looks like it is supposed to be a 0 to me. No, is that a Q or a 0? It looks like a Q0 hybrid. But yeah, this is the... and I'm going to use the microscope feed for my camera picture as well. Because that looks better. Yeah. It's like the mystery part. Everything else on the board, I could probably find a replacement. That, no. Oh, with the line through it to make sure it's a number, not a letter. Yeah, that's what I was thinking initially. But the line goes out like so far down, like practically onto the leg of the H. So, I mean, like I would assume 0, but they had to choose the most ridiculous way of writing 0 imaginable. Do I have any PlayStation 1s down here? I figure if anything I can check in there, hook up the LCR meter, and it'll tell me. But, let's go. Let's dig down into the depths here. Just a moment. Okay, we got N64, PS2, Alienware Alpha, Sega Genesis, other Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo. Try to put these things together in a way that I won't destroy them. I don't like destroying my game consoles if I can help it. And some of the time I can. We've got a PS1. That could be... Oh, you're a heavy boy. You're a heavy Super Nintendo. Okay, we got... Jeez, I have a lot of Genesises in here. PlayStation 2. Jungle Green Nintendo 64. That's fun. Okay. Yeah, I guess it turns out I have like 7 of every other console under the sun, other than, the one that like sold the most, pretty much, other than the PS2. But still, like, that might be it. These manufacturers have No component naming standard. Yeah, I know, right? Well, I mean, this guy will be an option for... Oh, he's so scuffed up on the top. Poor thing. He's GameStop refurbished. So there you go. It's sure to work. Yeah, GameStop refurbished, guys. Whenever they used that label... Oh my goodness. Yeah, they have a used sticker on it. PS1 system console used. No price on it, though. That's unfortunate. Are you sure this is missing a leg? I'm fairly certain. I mean, I took a leg... Well, there was a little bit of leg on it at one point, and then it disappeared. And, let me double check the, schematic and what it looks like. Oh. Because, yeah, it does, run three-way. Yeah, it runs three ways, one into the center, I'm assuming, and then, yeah, and to run three ways. Yeah, it has, like, the way it is it has, let me get back to my microscope here again. Okay, so it has, like, from what it looks like to me, anyway, a hole where a leg should be right there, and then one pad that goes all the way through, and then the other one right there. So, like, there's a clear, like, detent where the leg probably should be from what it looks like to me, but I don't know, this microscope is making it difficult. I don't have any zoom on this thing. I could get closer. Closer, closer. Okay, now we're pretty close. And we focus. Oh yeah, that definitely, like, it looks like it has metal in there still, at least. You put it under the microscope, it's not really visible to the naked eye, but maybe I could try to hook my LCR tester in it, jam the other leg in there, and see what it comes back as. Find another test lead. He will do. Whatever it is, it looks jacked up. Yeah, it is most definitely jacked up. And it was certainly not working because, from what it looks like, could melt the epoxy casing enough to solder a wire on. Yeah, I mean, that could work. First, before I do anything, I might want to try to poke it with this and see if it'll see if I can dig down there and, like, contact it. That is on. That is on. Oh, that is in my hand anyway. That is almost on. Is on. That one's on. And then this is going to be the awkward thing. But yeah, I didn't think there was any contact left there, but looking under the microscope, I guess there is. It's just so not visible to the human eye that, well, to my human eyes, to my defective human eyes. I don't know if you can tell, but I don't wear these for the fashions. Oh my goodness. The more I do this, the more I think, maybe my prescription needs to get updated. Because everything is just so small. Granted, that's the joys of surface mount components. Everything is small. Just to make it slightly more difficult, I'm sure. Not because, you know, advancements in technology and all that. Oh, no, this is... So it looks like this is a PNP transistor according to the schematic. Okay, that definitely helps. Like, it gives me parts to look at. And, you know, figure out how it relates to the diode that this tests these two legs at. I don't want to lose this. We're going to keep it under the microscope for safekeeping. Tester is wrong. Yeah, that could be it, too. Because, I mean, I am just testing two legs of a completely broken component. Yeah, the stuff that I, you know, typically would tend to work on is stuff like my guy right here. Beautiful, kind of wood power amp. There isn't anything like a 10th or 10 times the size of that in that guy there. Ugh. That is just... Every capacitor and every resistor and everything is big and through hole. Starting to sound like back in my day we didn't have these newfangled electronics. Jeez, this cable's gotten dirty just from, you know, me stepping on it and rubbing it all over my essentially dirt floor. So, I mean, the voltage for the transistor is at max 5 volts since it's connected to a 5 volt line. Yeah, yep, true. What am I sitting on? Oh, keyboard. That would be what I am sitting on. I don't know how it got on my seat. Probably one of the wall ghosts. But, I could look up the same numbers in PlayStation and see if I get something. Because, I mean, the PlayStation sold like a couple more units than the Turbo Duo. Like, I think like 15 or so. What were you again? BA0H, right? It's BA0H. BA0H PS1. Must include BA0H. I mean, they're pretty close. I mean, it uses Sony chips for the CDs, and this guy was built in '92. The PS1 was in development in '93, so, I mean, it's not out of left field to think that it's possible, at least. It's worth a shot. Microcontroller's data sheet, that is not what I'm looking for. Crankshaft position sensor for Renault, that's probably not it. I'm not getting anything for that either. You'd assume somebody would post about it if it was in a PS1. So yeah, that's unfortunately not probably an option. But, probably wouldn't hurt to take one apart and look, but at some point. That guy is kind of similar. He's labeled as IC304. It's an integrated circuit of some kind. Same naming conventions though. S1A6. I'll probably for sure put out a APB to see if anybody happens to have a donor board for a Turbo Duo on Discord. Let's see. Q2. Yeah, because all the... I'm assuming these guys here are transistors. They look transistory anyway to me. Oh, we can't see that. These guys... I'm just going to do this. Right here, they're labeled as Q, and they look like transistors to me. But that's just a bizarre one because it's got the massive plane going down the middle. As at first, I think I was thinking, oh, this looks like a transistor, and it has like a massive flow of solder like going down it, right? There. And I was like, well, should probably reflow that, and that's probably how that broke. Where? Assuming that PS1's going to be too new to share any of the same parts. I mean, probably wouldn't hurt cracking open a PS1 at one point or another. They'll probably end up sending 5 volts to whatever sensitive component it's connected to. Yeah, and I mean, that one's for, from what it looks like, at least to where it goes, which is C101 here. I think that's what it said it meant, C101. Q101 goes to P2. Oh no, that's P2. Jeez. Yeah, P2. Why would I? It's late. It's a capacitor that I put on yesterday. Oh, my brain's not working. It looks like the third pin is the emitter. Okay. such a strange design, though. I've never seen a transistor like that. That's the weird thing. But I mean, it makes sense because all of the basically, if it has low voltage, it'll send it to pin 2. Then if high, send to pin 1. Okay, that makes sense. And I think that checked out with the schematic from what it looked like. I mean, the schematic, like this, all looks French, but in this little corner here, it's like, what is that doing? But I mean, like, I would assume, if anything, transistor, because this board is labeled fairly decently. So it has all the ICs labeled as IC, all the resistors labeled as R, all the capacitors labeled C, any of the potentiometers labeled the same thing once again. So, and all of the transistors that I see on the board are labeled Q. So, I'm going to double check to see if I don't find any like identical looking ones all over. I don't know. I've put so much solder on this board, I've just pretty much doused it in flux. It's pretty much drowning in it. But yeah, I don't remember seeing anything. Yeah, all of the transistors are labeled Q, so. Yeah, I'm thinking at this point I might have to go to bed and pick this up at another time, but because I gotta work tomorrow and it is currently 11:57. Oh, fun. So yeah, I'm probably gonna have to pick it up again. It'd be nice if the schematic was. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know. I don't want to go to work, but they make it so that I can buy turbo duos to break, I guess. Yeah, the nice thing is this next week I actually properly have work, so at least it doesn't feel so terrible, you know, destroying this in a way. But hopefully hopefully that takes care of my problem, because I'm assuming it was jank before, right? Before I, you know, went at it again, because like the pin straight up fell off, but hopefully that didn't damage something else or send 5 volts into the wrong place. Because I mean, like, realistically, well, I mean, the motor worked, and I believe that connector is just exclusively for the motor, so that would, you know, choke a few monsters, call it, yeah. Yeah, I'm assuming it probably does a little bit more. Well, it probably goes to like some kind of complicated controller, I'm assuming, because it's, you know, probably some kind of stepper motor that like does complicated things. That's what I do. Yeah, I've done that enough times in my life to not want to do that in my old age. But like 6 or 8 monsters in a single night. Yeah. I mean, I still sometimes have to have that energy drink or two. I work on the road, so I like, I never want to get to that point where I'm like, I'm tired, you know, when I'm driving. So I always try to that, and you know, I live in Iowa, so the highways are so boring already as it is. It's like, oh. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking I might put a sort of APB out to say, hey, anybody know what the heck this is, or have a spare parts board for a Turbo Duo? I mean, knowing some of them, they might have parts boards for them. Just don't decide to take a nap on a hill. Cops don't like that. Yeah. Yeah. You gotta find somewhere nice and secluded. Or like a Walmart parking lot. They typically don't mind. Like just kind of towards the back, and not too far towards the back, but just like right in the sweet spot. Never gotten bothered before. So I've ended up having to take the odd nap in a Walmart parking lot here and there. Because, the whole working on the road, and actually did that right in front of, yeah. Yeah, Walmart's a good place for it. I mean, lots of people coming and going. Nobody notices one person just knocked out in their car. Just look at the rest of the board, maybe under the microscope, just to verify that, yeah, that guy is still just under there hanging out. Let's see. Walmart had a hill in front, was on a break, decided to take a nap, copping it up. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I don't know why they just bother somebody who's sleeping. Like, it's not like you're hurting anybody. As long as it's not like a parking situation where you're like, blocking something, but I mean, like, I have to just look under here, and there's the button switches. About 10,000 pounds of flush. Probably thought I was driving on. That wouldn't be super uncommon where I live. I suppose they'd probably think, oh yeah, of course. What are you? And why do you look the way you do? Are you like just... Hopefully that's not like cracked in half. Already see popcorning? Like, I know this board is not happy. Wasn't particularly great shape. I'm going to clean all the flux off of it, at least get that done. It's just covered. So next time I work on it, it won't be, covered in flux. And I can maybe actually see what's going on. Make that board for a while. I don't know. I feel like putting it in an oven at this point. Just being like, hey, some slight dots where popcorn has already happened. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, these boards just... They do not hold up to much. Like, I was very careful with the amount of heat I applied. I even bought a pair of hot tweezers for... yeah, you can't really see them there. Hot tweezers for this job, because it's like, well, it's nice because you can just, rather than having to put hot air into the board, pluck the capacitors right off. And it is good for that, but, some of the pads were just so done with those caps that, well, and some of the pads were just so, they just had so much electrolyte on them that they didn't want to come off. Hand skid, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, considering it's a quarter of the price of, every other pair of hot tweezers that I was able to find, like, best case scenario, because, I mean, like, if you get a pair of, like, Hacko, well, if you get a pair of Weller, you're looking at $1,000. If you get, a Hacko, you're looking at, I think they sell a set with a station for, like, well, they make ones for the 808. By the time you buy the 808, the $200 tweezers, and then you have an 808. Yeah. I mean, well, there's just no point with all these like proper, decent, cheap soldering irons to get anything that doesn't have like long ceramic rod kind of like something that essentially creates some thermal mass on it, because like with Wellers you hardly have a tip on those darn things, and trying to heat anything up that requires heat is just a pain. But I mean, my first iron was a Weller, like a cheap one. That was back before you could buy all these options from our friends across the sea. But she's doing better. Oh yeah, you're happy about that, aren't you? Oh yeah. Still covered in flux, aren't you? Yep, you are. Yep. Okay. Yeah, same with the not a fan of Weller because their tips are giant screw. Yeah. Yep. Pretty much anything that doesn't use like JBC or these Paco style T12 tips at this point, I wouldn't recommend. But I mean, to this thing's credit, it's probably designed for just like, I just bought it pretty much so I can A, just pluck stuff right up, and B, heat both ends of a through hole component and just pull it right out, and seems to work pretty well for that. So can't complain for the money. But that and came with this handle that like you're like right on the work. Like there's things that I definitely like this for, and things that like I like having a little bit of distance for sure. So like it's just crazy how close to the work you are with that. Like for super precision stuff, that will be nice to have around. Oh yeah. Yeah, which once again, definitely like not the most comfortable thing, but if you have to have like control of a very small this toothbrush is just contaminated with flux. But it's the Handskit one. The Handskit actually came with both the tweezers and this iron. $50. Can't complain. But yeah, it was on a AliExpress sale. And yeah, the tweezers themselves, if you ever need a replacement one too, the nice thing about that is they're like $16. So it doesn't really cost you much if you break one or if you wear one out or whatever. Missed their winter sale. Oh yeah, they had some good deals on there. I mean, a lot of the stuff it's like, yeah, it's a couple cents cheaper, but it adds up if you're buying a lot of stuff. Like there's part of me that's like, well, I'm gonna wait until the beginning of the month sale to order some of the stuff that I want to get, because I wouldn't mind. Could have gotten a GDMU 5.20 for $60. Yeah, I mean, I have considered doing a GDMU for one of my Dreamcasts too. The only difficult thing is, for whatever reason, I'm lucky on those, and out of the 3 Dreamcasts I have, all of them have working lasers. And it's like, I don't really want to cannibalize a working console. I don't know, something about, like, if it's broken, yeah, I'll do this to it, But if it is a fully functional console, then it's like, well, I don't want to, like, unless it was like just mine, because I kind of consider, my consoles as just, the consoles that I am going to use, and I'm going to keep them, as utility rather than collectibles. But, like, I don't know, I still like being able to play physical disc. Hear the horribly loud disc drive in the Dreamcast. You can't complain about that. Yeah, we're starting to remove some of this flux. It's starting to come off. Yeah, I reflowed like most of it, and then like from the factory, these things are just covered in flux and electrolyte. So one didn't really read this, so adjusted the pot some. Yeah, that's something that I did a ton on this too. Is adjusted the potentiometers, which now drive sounds a whole lot better. You know, when it sounded a whole lot better when it spun, but because before it just kind of sounded like not very good. But it read discs, but. I definitely could have adjusted one of those potentiometers to. The difficult thing is I was an idiot and I didn't, mark down the starting resistances. So I'm gonna have to check my VOD to see what they started at, so I can completely do it from scratch with that motor on to get things working properly. But yeah, when I replace the caps eventually, I need to turn on the pot. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely going to plan on replacing all the caps in my older consoles at this point. I mean, partially because, honestly, like, just the difference in the video quality that comes out of the composite on this thing between when it's ridiculous amount of flux. Anyway, the difference in the video quality on just the composite is like night and day. Like, it's genuinely usable on this thing. Like, you hook it up to a decent scaler, and, like, don't get me wrong, I'd still want an RGB mod, but, I could live without one. It's not like the NES where it's like, oh my goodness, get me an RGB mod, like, right now. It just looks so horrible. But hey, maybe when I recap my NES, it won't look so horrible. I'll just give it a good douse and wipe with the paintbrush, and because I like to believe a clean board is a happy board. Is a clean board a more functional board? No, but a clean board's a happy board. Maybe. I don't know. I never really asked my board how happy it feels. I don't know where my paintbrush went. Oh, there it is. Give it the final coating. Hope that everything just kind of evaporates. We can leave it sit. We're not going to turn this thing on again tonight, so just let it seep in, try to neutralize some of that, and get rid of some of that electrolyte. Yeah, I already have it basted, so she's all nice and seasoned and ready to go. Jeez, there's some flux stuck right here too. This is my flux too. That's the sad thing. Either that or that's an electrolyte that seeped in. That might be electrolyte. Looks a lot better. I mean, other than this part, I couldn't get very good, but I mean, looks a lot less ugly. Now this side of the board is still covered in flux. They didn't clean any flux off the board. Yeah. Yeah, this one was definitely covered on the bottom. And it's like, why do you do that? It's just gross. Sticky, and makes everything difficult. Old flux, it's still ridiculously sticky, but I think it's happier. I remembered opening my PS1 and the boards were covered in flux. Yeah, not these older consoles, but when I've seen newer consoles, what is going on with you? What is your situation? I just caught something. Like, what? See, this is why we spend 20 years cleaning a board, because you find like, what the heck is going on there? What are you? You don't look right. What do you go to? I don't know. It's seems to be coming off. I have no idea what that was. It's gone now, but once again, a clean board's a happy board, but I don't think that was my functionality issue. I was thinking that might be, oh, it's blown up or something like that. It could be. Like a little dark, but it could just be flux. You're just a pool of rosin that just congealed. Yeah, I don't know if you saw, like, some of the disaster on this board. Like, ugh. That's the joys of Turbo Duo boards. Someone let their solder drip onto the board. That could have been me. I wouldn't be too surprised with how much I was just, fighting this thing. I was spending my afternoon fighting this, so it's terrible. But somehow, remarkably, despite the fact that a lot of the board looks like that, well, not a lot of the board looks like that. That's just the worst part. But yeah, the other worst parts are like all over the audio circuitry. But and yeah, I kind of followed it and verified that there shouldn't be any issues. With most of it, which is weird. Like most of the op amps look like they're receiving the right voltage and they're outputting the right voltage. And I replaced, after replacing 2 of the op amps. Make any headway? Nope. We're probably going to have to. We're probably going to have to call it until I figure out exactly what that part is, and if I can replace it. Just because we did find out that is supposed to be that goes all the way to this P2 connector right here, which is for the drive motor. So that's probably my issue. I'm guessing. I'm just figuring that's probably it. But let's see. I wonder if those could be replaced with tantalums. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, that's a good application for them for sure. Low ESR, generally low heat. I mean, you probably wouldn't want them hanging around the 7805s because these things like cook the capacitors. But oh my goodness, I don't know who thought that. It's like, just put everything up against the voltage regulators. It'll be fine. Like, whoever designed this board, their head was not screwed on right. Like, I can tell you that, and I know the first thing about designing. Well, I know, this is not okay. Tantalums are fine in most applications. You can't expose them to like extreme heat and expect them to, like, when they put them on the back of those Toshiba laptops. They were, oh yeah, I guess that's a good point. They'd handle heat better than the electrolytics. I just always think of like stable capacitors like the aluminum polymer. Yeah. I just always think of something like that when it's like, well, you got to put it next to something super hot. Get things that are a little bit more of a I guess stable chemistry when it comes to heat. That won't blow up. It'll leak electrolyte over your board and become some dumb ions problem 30 years later. But actually now 32 years later. Yeah. Manufacturing date 92. Well, I think it had a month too. So we can have the approximate birthday of my Turbo Duo and everything. When were you born? October 1992. So you got a couple years left until you're well, no, you're not. Yeah, you'll be 34 in October. Math. I don't do that very well. But yeah, I'm thinking I'll probably have to call it for tonight. But I plan on being back soon. I might be out and about this week a little bit too much to stream, but I'll probably be doing something else unless I can figure out something for that replacement part. Because I mean, like I have options. Option 1, donor board. We don't want to do that necessarily. Remember, PNP transistor. Right. It's a PNP transistor, but I don't know the values of it. I will grab my phone though, because my brain doesn't. PNP transistor under 5 volts. I know, most likely. Where did my phone go? Yes, PNP part, very important. Where are you at, phone? Dang it. I guess my phone disappeared. Oh, it fell in my drawer. Okay. These transistors have multiple. Yeah. PNP resistor. And then we'll put in 5 volts. Yeah, definitely gonna have to look into those and see if I can find anything that's similar and similar size as well. But yeah, I might end up just taking apart a PS1 for fun. That and if I have any, I know I have some non-working PS1s, but I guess I somehow drug my soldering iron across the disc tray. The disk drive opener, so yeah, ended up having to just bridge it for now, or not the opener, the open sensor. So, which I mean works. It's not the worst thing in the world for this because you have to hit the run button to run discs anyway, and that way you can see what's going on when you're working on this as well. So ended up working out, but yeah, I have no idea how that happened too, because like I go to put everything back together, and like I'm like, how did that happen? Like I mean, I'll admit, like my precision could be a little bit better, particularly around these connectors here. Fortunately, I never destroyed any of them, which is good. But yeah, that I have no idea how that happened. Probably when I went to remove or put on this ground there, but yeah, what can you do? Once again, I guess I'm still a little rusty with soldering, but I'll pick it up again. Eventually, after 55 surface mount, 55 total capacitors, most of them surface mount, little tiny ridiculous things, and all right, stop. Yeah, I talk when I'm tired. Get to sleep. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, we'll probably call it here. Thank you all very much for watching. I do really appreciate it. But yeah, we'll plan on streaming. I mean, I'm assuming I'll probably do something this weekend, whether it's playing a game or fixing something or breaking something or whatever I decide to do. But anyway, this has been Dusty. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see y'all next time. Take it easy.